What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of it. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T. Shanley as a sponsor of today's video. T. Shanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Reese, is me myself. How y'all doing?
Doing good. Blessed.
All right. Good to see you guys, man. Happy Sunday to all. Is that coffee, cocoa, or tea?
That's Starbucks.
Coffee with butter pecan.
Okay.
Good.
Some people like to just get the Starbucks coffee. I think Starbucks have made an impression on folks, and so they are obsessed with the brand, and maybe they may have put some other things inside of those cups. You know, didn't know if you were starting early. All right. What's going on, Hank? Man, I like that hoodie, man. What's that? That's a Bears hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not used to seeing you in hoodies, man. So it's kind of like a new, 2025 coming up. A new me, huh? Okay.
Well, when the season changes, you got to make sure you adjust to the climate and the elements.
Okay.
So, I got to do what I got to do.
Right. I got you. I think Viz went off cam. I think he might be going to go get his roster hat. He wants to follow that.
I mean,
yeah.
But JR, the funny thing about it, we had a conversation about our roster hat, and some individual on here had to give us a lesson on the roster hat.
Yeah, I know. So I think Viz might have took a page from that last show. So I think he may have seen King. Didn't even know King Talk was going to be on here, but I think the brothers are going to unite to bring that roster energy tonight.
Power to the people.
There we go. It's good to see you, Shan. You was in your bag Friday, huh? I was kind of surprised. Like I had kind of noticed you had to kind of set the tone a little bit later in the show. Like this is what this is not going to be. I didn't bring you guys up here to engage in this type of activity. So it won't be a gender war here.
Right there.
So I watched you on Friday.
Hey, JR, it's funny you said that about Friday. I support you in everything you do, JR. You know what I'm saying? And even if I don't get to see the live shows, I make sure I watch the replay.
Thank you, sir.
And I watched the replay of that Friday show.
Oh, man.
And for some reason, I don't know why I was disgusted. but I was. And I wasn't even invited. That's okay. I can
Look,
accept it.
I just told was it Coco? Was it Cocosta? How do you, I don't want to say your name.
Coco
Even
Stiletto. Just call me Coco.
Coco. I like that. So I just invited Coco because I want more women to be on the show. But Hink, you're as long as you can give me the hink that I know you have deep inside of you.
Wait,
On
I got
Friday,
an invite.
because Hink will be like unleash the bear.
I got an invite, Shauna.
Yes, you have an invite.
You mean wait in the future? Because I didn't get one for Friday.
No, you in the future. I didn't know that you know. Sure.
Ooh la la.
But Hink, you're always welcome.
Well, I love the passion behind you guys bringing conversations together, man. It's good to hear. Anyhow, man, we're gonna go ahead. What's going on, Viz? Welcome. Yeah, we were just trying to hang tight and trying to wait on you, man. We thought you was gonna bring out your roster hat, but we see you didn't get the memo, huh? Uh-oh. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Can't tell you won't be alone today, brother. So
But I might have to let the hair out today.
Well, I guess maybe the Viz did get the memo.
yeah, he did get the memo. You are not alone, King Talk. You're not alone.
Straight from the motherland.
Let me go grab mine.
All right, now, this is symbolic right here, man. I don't think I ever seen this on a show, so it's good to see. Anyhow, man, let's see what we got in the chat, man. What's going on, Dale Matthew, Jason Vega? Welcome to the show. As you guys come in, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We got an excellent show ahead for you guys. We're going to open it up with the Lil Durk. You guys familiar with Lil Durk? No? Yeah. Okay. I know Coco be turning up, huh?
I love Durk.
Yeah, it's like she like that drill music. Sham Monet has yet
Come
to
get it back in blood. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Little ratchet, huh? A little ratchet. Nothing wrong with that. Anyhow, I'm gonna have TLA broke it down precisely. So I'm going to play a little snippet. I know you can understand him because he articulates himself pretty well, and he's an attorney, a 20-year attorney. So shout out to TLA. Make sure you guys go ahead and give him a follow because he will be giving us a little bit of insight as far as what's going on for us old heads. We are going to talk a little bit about Shaq making Angel Reese uncomfortable. I don't know if you guys seen that clip, but Shaq was being Shaq. A lot of the women and even some men feel he was kind of being a creep during the episode. And Amber Rose apparently has smoke for Beyonce. Coco is keeping up with the politics. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you've seen all of that. Beyonce had a speech to say, a passionate speech. So Amber Rose took exception to what exactly happened during that speech. So we'll go ahead and dive into that on the back end. One Country Cookie, you ready?
Always.
Okay, we wanted to make sure we give you a grand entry. You know, we're going to give One Country Cookie a key to the city. A key to the city. So let's
My
hope that
favorite duo, Country and Hank. This is going to be
Coco's getting excited. She can't wait. So let's see how this goes, man. Let's see how this goes. Anyhow, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel again. And here we go. This is for you folks that don't know what's going on. This is Lil Durk. He is possibly facing time. Here we go.
Are you familiar with Lil Durk?
I am more recently familiar with Lil Durk. So fan of his music, saw that he got the key to the city in Chicago, which was huge. Little Woody, who is live right now, was just talking about the situation and was saying how, you know, a lot of times, you know, we don't talk about the good things that the rappers do, giving back to the community, things like that. It seemed like he was pretty involved. But what's happening here is sometimes you get involved with the wrong people. That's what happens. And we've seen it time and time again. Like, Lead, when we first met, we were covering the Nipsey Hussle murder.
Oh, yeah. I even forgot about that.
Right?
It's so hard, guys, when the streets get their claws into you. I mean, it's just so hard to get out. So we are going to we're going to play some videos. We got the complaint. We got the indictment. We're going to see how the feds do it. Now, we see how the prosecutors in Fulton County do it. We see how Attorney Love do it. We see how Attorney Hilton Hyatt do it. We see how Fannie do it, goddamn. How do the feds do it? Is it a little bit different? Is it a little bit more professional, right? Let's take a look first, but to orient us. What do we got going on? This is the young man, Lil Durk. How did he get involved in it? Who is he? Man, the Grammy-winning rapper Lil Durk was arrested on a federal charge near Miami International Airport on Thursday over accusations that he conspired to kill a rap rival, resulting in a fatal shooting of another person. It's always the innocent bystanders. Lil Durk put out a bounty, allegedly, on the life of another rapper identified only as TB by prosecutors as retaliation for the 2020 killing of the rapper King Von, a serial killer himself, but we ain't even gonna talk about that. A member of the hip hop collective Only the Family, which Lil Durk founded, according to the federal criminal complaint filed in the U.S. District Court. So Lil Durk and King Von were thick as thieves. They were super close, and King Von was assassinated. And so y'all know in the streets, whenever there's a killing, what is there? There's retaliation. There's retribution. You got to slide, right? So they're saying that Lil Durk put out a bounty on another rapper as retaliation for King Von. An FBI affidavit also says that Lil Durk had been booked on at least 3 international flights that were leaving on Thursday to Italy, to Switzerland, and to Dubai in an attempt to flee the United States. He was going to get the hell on. He was gone. Lil Durk, 32 years old.
He's young.
Well, 32 years old, it is young, but it's old too to be caught up in this BS.
That's right.
Right? If you're 17 and you slide, and 19, if you're 23 and throw your whole life away, you say, well, okay. Your brain isn't fully formed till you're 25 anyway. You ain't thinking right. You ain't got no damn home training. I get it. But if you're 32, shit, you know, you're kind of old for this.
I'm gonna stop it there, but I am gonna play some more of that footage just to kind of give you guys a little bit more breakdown. But I do want to open it up, get a couple of responses. I know that he did get the key to the city about a week or less ago, and then it had been taken away, which we are going to talk about that as well. But what are you guys' thoughts about this thus far, what you heard from the lead attorney? Y'all make sure y'all go ahead and follow the lead attorney. He has the full breakdown, more than what I'm going to play. So let's make sure we get a credit where credit is due. Open it up with you, Luis. What are your thoughts?
I think this is a learning lesson. I think this is a learning lesson, especially for the young kings out there. No matter how high you climb up the social ladder, how much you climb up the financial ladder, right? Even if you are giving back to your community and trying to turn it around and show a good gesture, you have to always mind the company you keep. You have to be mindful of the things that you say, the things that you do, the places that you go, the people who you surround yourself with and associate yourself with. And I understand that the whole King Von situation was a very turmoil, because even that we could spend a whole evening talking about him associating with King Von. But it would behoove me to think that he was also trying to change King Von and also tell them about how to move particular type of way. Not let people use your own money against you. This is a classic example of that. And unfortunately, that young man, made a very poor decision. I don't want to say that he's young and stuff like that, because it goes back to us being coddled. We are way too coddled as men. We are coddling these young men way too much. We have to teach them discipline, order, structure, what's right from wrong from a very young age, either in a household or in a family or community dynamic. These kids think that they have, like, their cats, like 9 lives. They can't do no wrong until they go all through 9 of them. And unfortunately, they're learning really quickly that the system is stacked against them. And today we have a lot more cameras and surveillance, and a lot of people are more brave to come forward nowadays and tell on people, right? It's not snitching. It's community prevention, right? And unfortunately, he did something that, regardless of what the circumstances were before with King Von and their issues and beef, that was also something that went against the betterment of the community. Because once you receive the key of the city and you're on a completely different platform, you should be able to take that and leverage it and put yourself even further away from the mess that's happening in the urban center. Not saying that you can't participate and be a voice, a beacon, but also you have to be also to take that key and turn it in the opposite direction and start to kind of turn the clock back into, encouraging these young men to, put the guns down, talk about things in a much more civilized manner, because unfortunately, he's just a classic example that they're just going to use. So I
think you made an interesting point, man, especially when you talk about the intelligence and the technology that we have out here. You would think that people would actually consider that. Like there's really no way of actually doing a crime without it coming back. I think a lot of crimes are solved versus unsolved. I don't have the data to support that, but I would think with so much technology, cameras everywhere, and then even when they're still putting the pressure on people, and we've been seeing these things happening back in the day where they would bring people and people will break because they don't want to do the time. People will cut deals with the feds and people will cut deals with the police. But we talk about the United States, and that's one thing TLA did highlight on there. This is not the state of Georgia. This is the United States. So they're pulling from everywhere possible in order to bring these people down. And you got to think about the youth as well, because these people are mimicking. And I don't understand, when you see a story like this, how can people still go out and continue to do the nonsense that they do? We don't have all the details, but if they have a strong case for them, it's not looking good. Let me get your thoughts, Coco. I know you said you was a fan of Lil Durk. How does this make you feel seeing what was said thus far?
Well, I have two perspectives from it. Like, I am shocked that he's still doing this after all the money he got. I mean, he was able to book 3 private flights to 3 different countries. And it's like, you got that level and you still in the streets. So that was disappointing. However, it's just so sad that, I know more of the history of it. He's bought that guy, his friend that snitched on him, bought him a house, took care of him when he was in jail, gave him $50,000. Like he took care of him. But I just don't, I'm still trying to wrap my arms around what probably, I think he got in trouble on something else and he maybe got less time, but for 3 years, it's just like, wow. And I just know he didn't see it coming. So I got two perspectives of it. You're too old for that. You got too much money. I don't understand why rappers get to this point where they don't look at like how Jay-Z and other people do it. They get out the game, they use the money for the game, and they move on. But this new generation, they stay in the streets. It's so many of them dying, and it's just like, I don't understand that part.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more footage, and then we'll get some more responses.
Lil Durk, 32, whose real name is Durk Banks, appeared in United States District Court in Florida on Friday. He remained in federal custody at no bond and was expected to be arraigned in LA in the coming week. So he's going to get extradited to Los Angeles. He was charged with conspiracy to use interstate facilities to commit murder for hire, resulting in death. His representatives have not responded to requests. Here's what we know so far. AV, you want to pick it up right here? What do we know?
Yeah, Lil Durk is alleged to have co-conspirators. His arrest comes on the heels of a recently unveiled federal indictment in LA charging 5 other men affiliated with the Only the Family, or OTF, with the murder for hire plot, alleging that they conspired to track, stalk, and attempt to kill a rapper identified as TB. Those accused of conspiring with Lil Durk: Kevon Grant, DeAndre Wilson, Keith Jones, David Lindsay, and Asa Houston were arrested in Chicago on Thursday and will also be arraigned soon in LA. Prosecutors say that in addition to being a hip-hop collective, OTF is a gang.
Oh my God, we heard that before. Yes.
That engages in murder and assault at the direction of Lil Durk and to maintain their status in OTF. The murder for hire plot was planned after King Von was killed. Born Davon Bennett, King Von emerged onto the Chicago drill rap scene and was signed to Lil Durk's record label.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
We're learning.
So Von was, man. So they were close as hell.
A week after releasing his 3rd album, Welcome to O Block, King Von was shot and killed in Atlanta.
Of course, man. People talk about LA's dangerous. People talk about Chicago's dangerous. Come to Atlanta. Yes.
That was in November of 2020. According to the Atlanta police, 2 groups of men started arguing and exchanged gunshots, leading officers patrolling nearby to also open fire. Law enforcement officials said they believe that King Von had been shot during the initial shootout and before the police responded. A day later, an associate of TB was charged with murder in King Von's killing, but the charges against him were eventually dropped.
All right, and so let's stop right there. You know, they arrested the man that was suspected of killing Von, but the charges were dropped. What does that mean? It means that there was no one who was found guilty of the killing. It means that the killing went without justice. That's not gonna work in the streets, right? Somebody has to pay. So you want to pick it up right here?
Yeah, prosecutors say Lil Durk ordered the hit. Following King Von's death, federal officials say Lil Durk ordered the hit against TB and used OTS resources to orchestrate the killing. Court documents say that the hitmen were offered rewards, including lucrative music opportunities, if they contributed to TB's death. A credit card, oh my God. A credit card linked with Lil Durk and OTF was used to purchase airplane tickets for the co-conspirators to fly from Chicago to California, where they believed TB was located. Around the time the flights were purchased, a telephone number that prosecutors said was associated with Lil Durk was used to text an associate saying, "Don't book no flights under no names." Connected to him, according to the FBI affidavit. On August 19, 2022, the hitmen opened fire on TB, unloading at least 18 rounds at his vehicle near a gas station close to West Hollywood, California. While TB was uninjured, a family member of his was killed.
Oh, no.
In a news release on Friday, Martin Estrada, the U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, said that Lil Durk had orchestrated cold-blooded murder and that the shooting had endangered many others as it occurred in the open at a busy intersection.
For real.
Seem like things are getting real, man. And when they put together a storyline, when the feds put it together, it's not a good look. I'm gonna go ahead and start with you, Sham Monet. Do you have a good idea who Lil Durk is based off of TLAs?
Listen, when y'all started talking, I thought y'all said Lil Dirt. But as I saw, as I started reading, I was like, oh, his name is Dirk. Okay. So no, I don't know who this young man is. But it seems he's got a lot going on, Mr. Dirk. It's hard for me I guess it's hard for me to speak on it because you guys obviously know him in a different light than this
Well, like we don't know him no more than you, but I know you being an educator and you're privy to seeing teenagers and kids and the things that goes on. So you can kind of tie back into the education aspect of it and what you know from it as far as what you see with the youth today.
I don't see that. I mean, not in my
Oh, you must have a top 10 school or something.
No. So when you step into my classroom, you step into a place of learning. We're not really doing all that little, there's no cell phones, there's no head. I don't compete with anything of that nature. And that's probably why my test scores look the way they do. I'm just not trying to brag on myself, but I'm just saying. But I am, yeah, so I don't know, and even my son is, in college, so he's not here playing. He plays old school music. So I mean, but I do know of people who make bad decisions. But it is kind of hard here because are you guys saying that you're surprised that he made these decisions?
I'm definitely not surprised.
Okay, so it's just who he is, right? And I think that what we think is when you get in a position of making money, it automatically changes your character or who you are, who you were. And that's not how it works, right? So I don't know, maybe everybody else can talk so I can get a bigger picture. And he might want to come to me last.
I think this speaks back to the conversation that you guys had before of how, and I know a lot of people were saying that it wasn't, but how impactful rap music is on Black culture, because this isn't the first time that something like this happened. We just saw this same thing essentially happen with Dolph. We right now live in a generation of where it's cool to incriminate yourself on the internet. Not only are they incriminating themselves on the internet, they're incriminating themselves in the very music that they put out. So we even saw this with the Fulio guy from Florida. Like, this is a consistent pattern that is happening, but yet we don't want to acknowledge that it's because of rap music for whatever reason. This is bleeding out into our culture, and honestly, it looks like the feds are really on top of them because they did it in an open intersection where anybody could have got hit. If they would have did it on the block or something like that, they probably wouldn't be pushing for it as hard. But the fact that y'all are now bringing this shit, to common areas where anybody can get killed, unalived because of y'all actions. Oh no, we're gonna shut that down, and we're gonna bring everybody down with you. So I think that this should speak to everybody, and especially young men and young women that think that they'll never get caught, that think that jail is sweet. I just seen a video of this one dude, lame ass nigga from Chicago, Von 1400 or some shit like that. This nigga talking about the county sweet. Ain't nothing sweet about jail, bro. At all. But we okay with these people telling our children this. It is wild as hell. The one time I went to the county, and this was there on my way there was a string of things that I saw that was like, yeah, no, this will never ever happen for me ever again. But there was one point where we was in the bullpen and this guy took off his boot, put it on the floor, and used it as a pillow. When I saw that, boy, y'all will never ever see me in here. because that's something that he's used to. So if that's something that you're used to, man, how much do you actually treasure your own life? You know what I'm saying? So I think that this speaks volumes, and hopefully people actually pay attention to what it is. If you get to that position, we saw Keith do it. Keith got to a position where he was on top, and he got out of Chicago and never looked back. And you will probably never hear something about Keith being involved in some shit like that. But they from the same neighborhood. A lot of them guys is actually not even alive anymore. That started off with the 300 shit. So that should speak volumes to the impact that not only that rap culture has on the Black community, but also for us to, as people, to condemn these type of actions. You know what I'm saying? The streets is gonna be the streets all day, every day. But there was a point in time where there was a line drawn in the sand to where you didn't speak about this shit. You didn't publicize it and put it out, but it's the thing to do now.
Go ahead, King, talk.
Unfortunately, this was a predictable outcome. The music industry is some of the major owners of the music industry are some of the biggest investors in the prison system. So when you think about companies like 300 Entertainment, when you think about people like even Michael Jordan, when you think about people like BlackRock, they have a large percentage stake in the prison system. So when they began to pay people to snitch in music, it was a culture of do anything for clout. People used to do their dirt on the low. Now they do their dirt for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So you're literally paying people to create death music and to tell on themselves, not realizing the price of whatever they got for that stream is not even worth the price of their freedom. More people are going to get locked up, and maybe this might be the end of drill music. I hope that it's the end of drill music, because I believe that the majority of the people telling on themselves will be locked up in the next 2 years. So how many more artists are going to continue to do it?
No,
I
man.
understand that. But see, this is the thing about it, and I think we're only looking at this from 20 to 15 feet above, and not really stepping back and looking at this from 200 feet above, right? Drill music has spread around the world. There's drill music in Brazil. There's drill music in the Caribbean. There's drill music in South Africa. There's drill music in London, right? We got to really sit back and think about not drill music as it pertains to the U.S. and how it pertains to just Chicago. We have to think about the impact that has spread globally of drill music. I've listened. Even in France, they have drill music, right? Drill music is now international. It is no longer, the cat is out the bag, and it's been out the bag for a while. This thing has gone global. So we got to really look at, drill music as a whole, in the culture of drill music and how it has affected and influenced young people worldwide, not only at stateside.
And to King's point, well, something that King said, and I get it. We always want to blame the powers to be, but just like Luis said, man, we gotta stop coddling people. Ain't nobody telling these mobs to go on the internet and incriminate themselves.
No, I think they're stupid. But I'm just saying they're doing it for money because they don't have enough resource. They don't have enough access to other. They're not making choices that put themselves in a position to have other resources, right? They're either going to play ball, make music, rob, steal, kill. Those are like the top 4 things that folks are doing to get out the hood, right? So now you're saying that I can sit in my house or sit on my block, post things on social media, and that might increase the chances that I blow up and get big quickly. Like, these are people who are in survival mode, and they're making dumb choices of how to survive. So I'm not calling them. I'm saying, like, They need more. They need other options for hope.
Just the same way that they see these options of incriminating themselves, they see the other options of getting into trading, of getting into drop shipping. There's millions, if not hundreds of millions of different options in order for you to have, or you can look up or invest in due to the internet. So I get it. I get it 100%. But I feel like it's a cop out to say that this is all that they're seeing. If they have the internet, you have an endless amount of information at your fingertips. So at that point, it's simply a decision that you're making, that I'm going to try to make it, going down a path that I know that is only two things that's going to come from it. And this is what I heard all my life growing up. And I don't know if they stop saying it, if grandmamas and mamas stop saying it. But what I heard growing up was, either you keep living this type of lifestyle, you're going to either end up unalived or in jail. And that has not changed. But yet we've normalized us living this type of lifestyle. And that shit not normal, bro. And it's not cool.
The internet has become the greatest equalizer across all spectrum, right? Like, now I see younger people trading. I see younger people, doing affiliate marketing. I see young people just doing startups, wholesaling, etc. You don't need to be outside on your block. I promise you, there are better things for you in the palm of your hand. Even if you go to the local, does anybody still go to the local library? Anybody still have a library card? I mean, I used to, let me tell you, in grad school, I lived at the library. I lived at the BPL. I lived at the Rizzy library. I lived at my local library, right? And they have endless of resources. So even if you're someone, unfortunately, who doesn't have access to a computer or a cell phone, or unfortunately you have no internet at your house, your local library has all that access. I promise you. They're not going to kick you out and it costs nothing to sign up for. The internet has become the greatest equalizer. There are many resources out there that are in your hand, right? Start teaching yourself. Start reading. There are a lot of programs out here. And maybe you don't have a mentor or someone that gives you direct access, but just start searching random stuff. I promise you, sooner or later, you're going to run into the information, but you have to start somewhere. It's not outside. I promise you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more of this clip, and then I'm going to go to Country and Hink.
And let's take a look, if we can. Let's take a look. It's bad, guys. They they committed this murder in broad daylight. Let me see if I can get this here. What do we got? We got a nice little lady talking about this damn thing. And you can see the pain on your boy's face when he realizes that his man is gone. Let's take a look.
Police say shot at a Savannah rapper, killing a member of his entourage. It happened in Los Angeles, and cameras captured the aftermath.
Now there he is right there. There's Quando Rondo. You see him in the gray hoodie. He's running around the van. And he's like, no, man, I know they ain't do my dog like this. No, damn, look at the window. Look at his side of the window.
Shots fired, a fight taken to the streets, and this chaotic scene, the ending of a shooting that started in Los Angeles, California.
No. And y'all
Sheriff's
see him
deputies
blurred
pulling
out
out a man who had been shot in an SUV.
You see him, they laying him out on the damn concrete.
Deputies pulling out a man who had been shot in an SUV. Savannah rapper Quando Rondo, a passenger in that car, frantic at the sight. It all started at this mobile gas station at 5:30 Friday evening. LAPD says witnesses heard multiple gunshots, then watched a couple cars zoom off. 3 people in one car shot at this black Cadillac Escalade. It's unclear if those inside shot back.
Can I get some space, please?
It ended.
All right. So what we're talking about is some real shit. You know, I know you see it on TV, you see it on YouTube, but you hear the pain. Like, this is for real.
Why they smiling though, man? Oh, this shit weird, man. Like, even the fact that we made it cool for these kids to walk around, and even grown men to walk around with these damn masks on, the cloud, Mazda clouds,
what is it?
The shiesty mask. It's like it's some weird ass shit, man. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. But go ahead, Cookie.
I have 3 points. I don't think the lawyer is laughing. I just think he has a bad dentist. Just thought I'd like to move that he need to be next on the list. But anyway, I don't know who these people are. Like, I don't really listen to it, but this has been a tale of time. Like, this isn't new. And what I can't seem to figure out is when, as a culture, why as a culture we devalue the human spirit in life so easily, to the point where we just knocking off people for money, like people we've never met, people we don't know, people that haven't done anything directly to us, that easily. And it makes me sad to think about how life is just not valued in our culture. The music doesn't help for those who have no other way, or there's always a way. You know, some of the best doctors and scientists came out the hood. It's just choices, life choices. And I'm really kind of tired. And they wonder why people separate themselves from certain aspects of the culture. And this is one of the reasons why I talk the way that I do. Because some people are beyond saving. Like, I feel like if we building a wall in the wrong place. I think the wall should go around the hood. And just let them extinct each other. And maybe if you score so high on a test, you can come out and live amongst us regular human beings, and the rest of y'all can just gang bang until there's no more of you. That's how I feel about this. Because what if they had shot somebody, baby? This has happened before. This isn't new. It's kind of like, I'm tired of it. I'm not shocked. If you are gang banging and you listening to this, you weak, you scary. That's all I really had to say. And that lawyer need a new dentist. His dentist need his ass whooped. But not killed, though. Just whooped.
Cookie, everyone. Cookie.
Just put it out there. We don't condone violence here on the Lapeef Network. Go ahead, Brother Hink.
Yeah, I'm not hip to this this drill rap, man, at all. Not at all. I mean, I've seen them. I mean, I don't listen to music, and I guess any really hip hop after 2010. I stopped listening to that bullshit. I heard some of my son's teammates, they listen to that shit. I don't understand it. I try to listen to it. It ain't for me. But I hate to see these young bloods are doing this stuff. Like I think Cookie said, this is nothing new. We remember the back in the days of the rivals between old rap superstars, back in 96, 97. We lost 2 greats. We lost Big L. You know what I'm saying? DJ Scott LaRock due to violence. We lost Jam Master Jay due to violence. It's just unfortunate that it's shits continue and that no lessons was learned from the previous hip hop stars that went through this. That the shit's still going on you know, in 2024. You know what I'm saying? We, you know, back in the days, you used to rap, they go at it, and that was that. You know, I remember when LL Cool J was going against Kool Moe Dee. You know, I'm showing my age now, but who cares? But I remember that. You know what I'm saying? Ice-T going against LL Cool J. I remember that. You know what I'm saying? They going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? MC Shan going against KRS-One. You know what I'm saying? They having rap battles. You know, Audio 2 and Milk Gizmo. The Juice Crew. You know what I'm saying? With Big Daddy Kane and them. They going at it. You know what I'm saying? They battling, but it wasn't no gunplay. You know what I'm saying? No life was lost. You know what I'm saying? They just going back at it, dishing each other, and that's it. Everybody walked away, lived to see another day, you know what I'm saying? But it seems like, you know, early 90s, stuff changed, and it's still going left in 2024. It's just unfortunate. I hate to hear this, but, you know, if that's what that man, Lil Durk did, and he deserved whatever he gets coming to him. If that means death or prison for life, so be it. Hopefully the lessons are learned, but I doubt it. These knuckleheads, like you said, they feel like they don't have an end date. And that's just unfortunate.
Again, we don't wish death upon anyone. So hopefully justice gets served, whatever that may look like for any individual that commits such crimes. We did have a super chat came in. This is towards you, Luis. I know you got something to say, but let me just read this real quick. 499 LD. Luis, when you leaving in the ghetto, living in the ghetto, you feel it's no options. I grew up in the projects, PJ Watts. I don't know where grew up at. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you, to the brother who sent me that. I don't know if there's any more super chats you want to continue.
No, that's it.
So I'm the oldest of three siblings. I'm the oldest of three. My parents grew up in the Caribbean. Highest level of education completed was 9 and 10 between them. Father landed in Puerto Rico, established a life, ended up starting a business. Went to private school there. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. She elected to work when she wanted to. And we left the island because of the violence and the drug epidemic that was happening in that time period, in the late 80s, early 90s. And it was no longer suitable to raise a family in that time period. And that's why we relocated to the state. If it wasn't for that, I would be living a completely different life. But even here in the States, we had our own challenges. We didn't come for money. No silver spoon. Nobody in our family was a doctor, a lawyer, no bachelor holders or whatever. A lot of our cousins and a lot of our families were the first ones that really turned everything around. You start to see people reply, but it's that family dynamic that pushes you, checks on you, and ensures that we're making sure that the younger people around us are doing the right things, right? This is from the time where my mom used to allow the neighbor to come and check me if I was doing something wrong. Like, yo, I saw you doing that the other day. Yo, come over here. Now you can't talk to these kids. Even if I'm a neighbor for 15 years and I go and tell the parents next door, like, hey, I saw your son the other day, he was throwing rocks and stuff like that. Why are you telling me? Why are you bothering me? There is no longer that sense of holding each other accountable and ensuring that community center is happening. I had that growing up. I had to walk a very thin line everywhere I go. And my parents always vetted my friends and the people around me. And I assure you, I at one point lived in the PJs for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It maybe wasn't like Chicago, but I promise you, I also had that. I'm standing here today as a testament of family and of community and of hard work. You know, I promise you that I don't come from anything amazing or great. Like, we had to get it out the mud. And today, my parents are still married and they're both retired. House, home, properties, etc.
Man, let's just call it what it is, bro. If you in the hood, I know a lot of people that grew up in the hood. I grew up in the hood. If you feel that you have no options, that's simply your fault because you have a lack of ambition. Just call it what it is. You lack ambition. Because I personally know millionaires. I know a millionaire that was homeless. He came from nothing, grew up in the hood, sold dope, caught a case, and became a millionaire off a laundry business. I know too many stories of black men that came from the hood in every single scenario, and I know some that made it out, and I know some that's still there, or some that's in the casket. So if you can't see any option outside of whatever it is that you have or the situation you're in, just call it what it is, bro. You lack ambition. And I think that we need to call it be straight out. Everybody not gonna make it. Even if you is in the hood and that's all that you surrounded by, there's gonna be dope boys that's gonna be successful dope boys, and there's gonna be dope boys that's constantly getting robbed. They can't hold on to nothing. They jag the pack. They asking their baby mama for their taxes so they can re-up. It goes all the way down the line, man. So I think we need to just keep it above. If you lack ambition, you lack ambition. That don't have shit to do with your situations.
Can I say something?
You sure can.
If we stick to the Lil Durk situation, he definitely had options and he definitely had decisions. Like, I think he's one of the ones that these rappers are getting famous fast in the middle of already having street beef. And he had to follow through, because since that stuff happened with King Von, he's done a lot in the community. He's donated to a lot of charities. He's done a lot. He's grown a lot. But his option was to move on. He's invested in some things. He's even invested in politics. So he's done a lot, but this situation caught up with him. So I don't think a lot of these situations, Tupac, Biggie, all of these, they all the same. Like, they all in the middle of, blowing up. We're in the middle of street beef already from the streets. And it's not saying it's lack of ignorance, but it's just, that's what happened. That's the reality of it. Some of them, maybe they do want to stay in the streets, but like Young Dolph and all of them, they were moving on. They were moving on. They were blowing up. They were doing great things, but the streets still looking for them. And that's something that I've learned, that no matter where you go, no matter how much money you make, if you was in the streets, you never out the streets.
Yeah, but also we have to bear in mind I remember. Does anybody remember that young kid? I forget, out of New York, who started a whole sneaker store. Young kid who's senior year of high school, 17 years old, started a sneaker store, and then also a sneaker cleaning business. Was doing well, a staple in his community. Was not involved in drugs. Was not involved in any gang activities. Was not hanging. His mother helped and supported his ambition and had something really good niche. That business was thriving for about a little less than a year. And somebody who he knew from around the way came in and assassinated him. Not because he had beef, not because, he was jaying his girl, none of that, because he was jealous. Jealousy is one of the biggest killers among us. It's not that I'm involved in any of these activities, it's that people see people who they grew up with and around, and they're getting ahead and they're moving on further and they're getting to the bag, right? And then they start to reflect inside, why is he doing much better than me and we grew up in the same circumstance? Why is he having much better luck than I am and we came up in the same school system, right? They start to project and they start to be envious, and they start to develop a central hate. Rather than supporting that young man's business, rather than giving him his props, he felt that it was more ambitious than apply himself than just take that other young man's life, right? All because of jealousy. Not because of something he did, but because of jealousy.
I think one of the other things that we have to mention is emotional intelligence. I think Lil Durk's pride got in the way. Right? The OG in me says there's no way in the world he should have been ever contacted about something that, if you're living by street code, should have been able to get done without words. You don't jeopardize the head. right? He brings in the money. You don't jeopardize the head. If they were going to do that, he should never have been the wiser. But aside from that, I think that the amount of people that were constantly commenting, "Are you going to slide for Vaughn? Are you going to slide for Vaughn?" made it a pride issue, and that he operated out of his ego instead of out of his conscious mind. And so the solution on a broader scale is to teach people to not let the words of random strangers influence you, gaslight you, motivate you to do things that are going to be detrimental to your long-term future. I do not think without people constantly saying, "How come y'all ain't slide for Vaughn?" that he would have put himself in a position where he was taking somebody else's life. But his ego and his pride allowed the ignorance of people who had nothing going for them to influence him and his decisions.
All right, let me go ahead and play this clip, man. It's funny because I think messages are shown beforehand in some cases, and people just choose to ignore them. But he was on his podcast, Lil Durk was, and there was a testimony from one of the young brothers that's on there. And even when given, okay, that's a big bag of popcorn.
That's a big ass bag of popcorn.
That's right.
I love popcorn. I ordered this on DoorDash last night from the movie theater because they go to the movies, and I like movie popcorn.
Amen.
Oh, they gave you that popcorn they gonna throw out.
Don't tell me that, because I will have them return this and make a fresh batch.
Hey, I go to the movies once a week for the past 4-5 years. At the end of the night, they got big ass bags of popcorn that they just throw out.
I got this about 9:00 last night. It was a Saturday night, so I think this is fresh.
You definitely got that bag out, that black bag.
I don't care. I don't care.
This feels like popcorn.
Bia said she got that cast off popcorn.
All right, but let's go ahead and get back into it though, man. But yeah, so let's just play this clip.
Conditions, you big, that's not you.
Talk to him, cuz.
You're not what the you going through, so just hold on and keep going. Because I'm telling you, man, I can name 20, 30 of my homies is dead. I'm here though. And I'm gonna say something that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer. And I'm saying it to say this. They killed my brother. My brother died in my grandma's arms. In that house that we grew up in. They shot my brother. He ran to the house. He died in Nanny arms when she opened the door. So I'm telling you this some real shit, man. If I ain't let that shit go, I won't be right here today. I won't be here for my niece and my nephews. Me and Gil won't be doing this. Y'all won't know me. I won't be able to get y'all this game. But I had to leave. I had to let that shit go. And when I let that shit go, I started to grow. And I started to glow. And now I'm here today, and it was harder than a mother, man. And I'm talking about this is my big brother. I shared the cell with him. I shared the bed with him when we was kids. This is little Steve. But I can tell you one thing. Now I'm out here taking care of his daughter, paying for her to go to school, taking care of my nephew, taking care of my mama and my grandmama.
Talk to him. Sure.
Because I forgave my brother killer, but you know, I understand. I understand what y'all going through. But I love all you young kids in here. And I mean that. I love you, man. And I hope y'all make it out. I hope y'all make it the out, man.
Man, he like
straight up, man.
It's so crazy. Yeah, this really dropping tears for it, like for real. Like
I love being.
All right, that was a very, very powerful moment. I remember when that had dropped not too long ago. But it kind of made me think because I think Coco,
that's kind of old though, bro.
Yeah, I know it's old. Yeah, I know it's old. I'm just saying, just
right.
When you look back and then when that conversation had, you would think that people would take that advice, especially from the OGs or people that's actually been through it. But to the lines of what Coco was saying, I think sometimes people feel like they have an assignment that they have to complete still with the streets. I'm not making any excuses, but I'm just wondering his mindset. Like when people do these crimes and do these things, do they think that they're not gonna get caught? Do they think that nobody's not gonna say anything? Even when you think about like Diddy, like y'all recording all this stuff, y'all just think this stuff is just gonna just fly over and nothing's gonna come to light.
Yeah, I mean,
these people are operating like the internet is the matrix, and once you unplug, you go back to this like reality, and that's like fictitious, right? Like it's a gaming system, like Grand Theft Auto. You can log in, play for a few hours, and log off, and no police is coming to your door to kick in the door and arrest you. That's the problem. They're not understanding that these things are running parallel with each other.
well, no, bro. Look, the other part of it too is a lot of these guys have bodies. They already have multiple bodies. They're around people that has multiple bodies under their belt, or they were with people that had multiple bodies, and then they got deleted themselves. So it's once you get that first one out the way, and you still free, then this shit like it's like, oh well, I can do this again. I can do this again. All right, we just got to move this way. We just got to throw this mask on. Don't drop it low. Woo woo woo. Like there's a whole formula to the process or to the mindset that they have, and they openly talk about it. So it's really one of those deals of where Mars is just they're comfortable, especially if you moving throughout the city. JR, moving through Chicago, you know what I'm saying? Certain blocks don't have certain cameras. You move this way, woo woo. You learn how to adapt to the environment in order to survive a certain type of way and carry out what you got to do. So it's now thinking that I can go to LA and pull the same move like it's gonna work the same in Chicago. And it's like, no, bro, it don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So the mentality of it is just crazy. I think even with the story that Wallows used, I think that it's a completely different scenario to where I think he said it was his brother or whatever dying on his grandmother's doorstep compared to a nigga kicking off a fight at a club. So I don't know.
Yeah, but nowadays but see, this is the thing that a lot of people don't understand. They have technology right now as part of law enforcement that civilian people do not know about. It's not the cameras, it's not the police cameras or the business local cameras or the neighborhood cameras or the traffic speed lights. It's none of that. There are things in place that you think you have committed the perfect crime, and I am telling you, they are already 2 or 3 steps ahead of you. I promise you. The conversations I've had with law enforcement and people behind scenes with the things that they're implementing, I don't understand how people could commit crime unless it's with their minds. Like they have things now where you won't get far.
They solve the crimes that they want to. Let's just put it like that. They can solve them all.
Oh yeah. But they leave some bait out there to come back for it at a later point.
It's kind of like Target. I don't know if y'all know Target policy. When you steal from Target, they don't say anything to you. They wait and they wait and they wait till you get to like a felony amount with facial recognition, and then they press charges on you. So people think they're getting away from stealing from Target, and then they just like let the case stack up. They got a file on you. Boom. As soon as you can get to a certain amount, they turn it into the police. They give them the footage. Fed time. I'm just saying. So if Target's doing that with facial recognition, you can only imagine what kind of cases they putting together with people right now. I mean, at the end of the day, the music industry don't do background checks. So hip hop is a crime. You know, hip hop comes from crime. That's already bait, you know, to look at anytime a new music artist come out. So even though they put it in their music, that's one industry where there's no background checks. So there's criminals becoming superstars. And like I said, just because they left the streets don't mean the streets left them. The streets are going to still catch them. I'm from Gary, Indiana. There's a couple of rappers that blew up, and the second they came back to do a show in Gary, boom, they get them. Either they jump them or kill them or shoot them. They're waiting for you to come back. So that's just the reality of it. Hip hop, if there was background checks in hip hop, we wouldn't have hip hop.
No, that's not true.
But that's not what it was built on. It wasn't based on crime. It was based on life and struggles and telling the story of what people going through. That's what it was based on. Not it wasn't built on crime. It didn't start.
Drugs leads to crime. It was based on drugs.
No, that's not where it started from. When I was listening to the Fierce Five and Grandmaster Flash, you know, they had a song called "The Message." And that's what it was. It was a message talking about what's going on in their neighborhood and sharing and because it was like a black newspaper on tape, on record. That's what it was. And they were just sharing what was going on in the neighborhood because nobody would listen. So they said, well, what other way to get our message out is by through song and music. And that's exactly what they used it for. They had nothing to do with them talking about them selling drugs, them taking bodies up, or adding bodies up, or deleting people. Nothing to do with that. They was out there trying to get a message about what's going on in their neighborhood, what they dealing with on a day-to-day basis. It was not till later on when the drugs and the deletions and all that other stuff came in. But that's not how it really originally started, though.
But we do agree that when a hip hop artist comes, there's no background checks. So you're bringing criminals into the industry, and a lot of them know that they're coming from the streets. So where did it come from? That makes sense. I didn't know that, Hank. But where did it come from then?
I mean, well, the industry, I will always argue this point. The industry is completely different from what it was in the 90s or even the 2000s. You don't have to go through the industry anymore to become a rapper. You can literally blow up and be found off of YouTube, off of Apple Music, because everything is self-done now. Now to get a major record deal, then yeah, that's a different process. But even then, you can get picked up by a company by simply putting your shit on YouTube. So the music industry is completely different, and that's why I'm always against us saying or blaming white people for where rap music is now, because it's like we have the control of it now. You know what I'm saying? Like we're the ones that's feeding into it. We're feeding the beast. So I will always speak against that.
All right. Anybody else got any final thoughts on this? All right. Big Ant came through. $10 says, I couldn't imagine the Temptations shooting at the, how you say that word?
The Commodores.
Commodores. What up, Hank?
Commodores.
You don't know the Commodores, JR?
No. What is that?
Lionel Richie,
it's
the
Lionel
Commodores?
Damn it, JR.
Never heard of
Lionel
it.
Richie.
What, JR?
But yeah, it's not even, don't even call it Commodores. Just call him the Lionel Richies, because he was the lead singer.
No, don't do that. They had a hit song without Lionel Richie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I did hear about the group, but I used to hear music, but I didn't resonate with the names too much.
One of my favorite songs was without Lionel Richie, so don't do that to them.
I thought y'all was talking about a movie for a split second.
I just felt older.
Yeah. Well, I'm young, man. I'm 35, so
JR, for real?
yeah, it's kind of before my time with y'all and these things.
You ain't Lionel Richie back in them. You should have.
At one time, JR was 56. Now he Benjamin Button went to 35 now.
Yeah, 35. I'm getting up there almost though, man. But that's before my time, man. Y'all old heads be killing me. But anyhow, maybe one of these days I'll get out here in these old streets. I'm gonna switch it up, man. I'm gonna talk about probably the key of the city on the back end, man. I'm gonna switch it up a little bit just to give a little different energy so I can get Sham Monet involved in the conversation.
I was involved in the last one.
I'm not sure, man. You see,
I understood it. Like y'all believe it or not, I grew up kind of in the hood. I don't like to say it, but I did. I understand.
I'm not buying that, man. I don't think you grew up in the hood.
I got stories, JR. I don't like to bring them up, but I got stories.
In the hoods of Alabama, y'all had hoods in Alabama.
Look, we used to have like where I live. I used to be so they knocked down all the projects, right? But they used to be in my area, and so my bus would literally stop in each one to pick up. We all got buses together.
Yeah, this is for Mr. Christopher. One thing about me, and I've been doing it for years, if I don't know a word, I don't know a word. I don't feel anything about it. You are absolutely correct. Commodores did not ring a bell to me. I had a blank moment. I'm sitting here trying to get these videos together for the next thing that I glanced at it. It didn't register. I'm okay with that. I learn every day. So I don't have a huge vocabulary, but I'm working on it. I plan on reading some more books and learning how to articulate better and just better myself. I'm not embarrassed about it at all. There's a lot of words and a lot of things that I do know. I do know how to read, but this comment doesn't take a dig to me. So if that was your goal, I don't feel embarrassed at all. I'm putting it right here on this actual live. I will stumble on some words, but I'll be better. And sorry, I'm not living up to your standards and how you move and operate. Cool. I don't feel anything about it. When I sign off on this live, I'm gonna still keep it moving. I'm gonna still be me. Pretty sure there's a lot of things that you may know that I don't know. But if you want to teach me and school me, then feel free to do so. I grew up in the projects, but I have some Catholic school background, so I think that's what balanced me out. So I grew up in a 1-bedroom.
That's exactly what balances you.
I grew up in a 1-bedroom, cement block, no air conditioning. A washing machine was in the kitchen with the hose hanging over the sink, hang the clothes up everywhere. I had a banister. I stayed on apartment 705 on 2616 South King Drive. It was called the PCs. Prairie Courts is where I grew up at. So I was
Why they always in with courts?
That's just the way that they did. It's torn down now, so I can't even go back. I can't even go back and give it. But shout out to my mother for putting me in Catholic. We call it grammar, but it's elementary school. So I think that's what kind of balanced me out. So I'm street smart and book smart. I think that's what developed me to be able to have somewhat of a foundation in high school. So while a lot of my peers was failing high school, and I didn't go to the best high schools, I didn't really understand that. But I was pretty smart for the most part. I think I averaged a 3.8 GPA throughout my high school. I didn't know what GPA was until I was a junior when I transferred schools, and they say you need to be in all honor classes. So, but my shortcomings, which may be that huge vocabulary, I didn't realize how much people was articulating until I started doing these podcasts. I'm like, damn, these some smart motherfuckers. I thought I was smart until I placed myself around people that had better education than I did. So shout out to everybody that's on the panel, and I appreciate when you guys do help me. I'm looking to put some more words in my database. And again, I'm not ashamed of it.
Can I say something, Pete? There's nothing wrong with that, and it has nothing to do with education. I have an MBA and everything, but you know what? I have a slight lisp, which causes me to mess up words when I have conversations. So I avoid certain words to avoid interruptions in my conversations. And a lot of them are words that you have to articulate. So it's not have nothing to do with your education. Like I literally avoid certain words to avoid my lisp being obvious when I'm speaking, like just right now. So don't even worry about that.
I'm not worried about it. I don't feel a certain type of way. Yeah. I'm not worried at all.
I'm
So,
not.
one of the things that you can do is have self-awareness. So when I look at it as motivation, when even a person that articulates pretty well is Anton. Anton articulates well, and that's one thing that I've always mentioned to people is that he articulates well, like very impressive. In which when I have to look back, like, damn, I missed that somewhere. So I'm gonna have to go back and like revisit a lot of things whenever I have time. But I mean, hopefully my kids are better when it comes to it. I'm gonna definitely tell them the importance of reading, which I do now, and you'd be surprised, man, how you look when you are put on the big stage. So
you don't have a code switch? Is that what you're saying?
switch? No, I don't have a code switch.
I think he speaks very. I mean, he speaks. I don't see anything with.
But I need more words put in my database.
Oh, some words.
Yeah. So
his vocabulary.
So like whenever I see words, I can pull context very quickly to know what they mean. Like I'm not lost when I have conversations with people. But I do. But the words that I turn to, it's like, damn, I need to put some more words in that database, which I think will help you to go a little further. Because if you not articulate well, you will make you some money. If you know
y'all would not believe me who I am. Y'all wouldn't even recognize me get in front of like motivational speaking and in my classroom. Y'all would be like, who is this person? Like she's possessed.
Yeah.
Why can't we have that person?
It's not about reading. It's just not a problem.
Man, that's the cookie I want. Damn.
Why would I do that on the weekend? Why?
Man, I want that cookie. Why can't we have that cookie?
She can't have fun.
Hold on.
And again,
we don't need to have.
You gotta pay to see that.
Hold on.
We
And
need
again,
a mixture on the panel. Philosophers, but we don't need everybody to be articulate because there's a variety of people that tunes in, and a lot of times layman's terms, saying resonate more than people than big articulate words. So.
Nah, hell no.
Hold on.
We need that.
I want to say this to Christopher, and again, I never say I did have a problem saying Commodores. I did. It didn't register as quickly to say Commodores, even though I heard what Commodores was. I didn't know what the word was. So you are absolutely
as long as you know
correct.
what the Commodores are, that's all we need.
Yeah. I mean, that's
all I was concerned about.
But I'm just telling him straight up what it is.
Commodores.
You're absolutely right.
So I think that when we had the conversation about code switching, right? It just like I think today in moving forward into the future, I think code switching has kind of blended in to more of the corporate vernacular in a way, because I think code switching is to make white people feel comfortable around us. That's really what it is. It's to make people feel more comfortable around us instead of delivering things. But I'd be in some of these meetings and you hear some of these board people. I'm talking corporate, I'm talking CEO, I'm talking CFO, right? And these motherfuckers sound way more gangsters than some of us. The shit that they say in the
Luis, I don't know if I can agree with the white people.
I get that. Can I say something? I haven't spoken a lot. I get that. Do we have that liberty though?
I totally agree with what you're saying, Cookie. Do we have that liberty? Yes and no. I think we're inching more of that, but I find that people have caught on. They know when we're being either honest or genuine, or we're code switching. Because a girl, brought that up at my job, and she was like, she's like, I know you code switch, and you do it pretty well, but like sometimes you just gotta say things like as they are. And I was like, yeah, but I don't really have the kind of privilege to kind of move like how some of you guys move, And in my head, I'm thinking that, but the reality is that I think there's a level of honesty that sometimes is missed when we're trying to be very corporate or we're trying to be too PC. If something it doesn't work or something sucks, we just need to be honest and blunt. Like, look, I don't think it meets the mark. It doesn't meet the mark.
But you said it sucks. We can't say that at a corporate meeting.
Why can't you?
You can't say this sucks.
I don't think you should.
I haven't done much work in corporate America, but I have worked with some really big clients I worked with a wide range of clients, and what I've learned and understand, especially if you're in a specific room and they have you there, and they can tell that you're a black person, you're a Negro, right? They want that authenticity from you. So yeah, you want to come off professional, but if it's something that doesn't make sense, and I know this, and everybody else is like, yeah, no, I get it. If it don't make sense to me, I'm like, I don't know, man. That shit that sound kind of stupid.
I
And
code
people,
switch on here because the way I am one country cookie. The way I really talk, I'll be like, nah, man, that ain't what it is.
But
I can't
also,
speak like that everywhere I go. I'm not talking like that at work.
what I'm saying is that, and I get that part, but
Yeah,
but
I'm
to
country.
but to what Luis has said, we use that to make white people comfortable. I don't think that it's a thing of race. I think it's just a level of professionalism. If we're in the school district, people shouldn't just be able to just talk whatever type of way, because we're still
No.
handling business, right? If you're conducting business in church, or with a Fortune 500 company, with Target, and I'm speaking with somebody from Target, there's just simply a certain type of way that you have to articulate yourself in order to develop and have this respect. Okay, we're both here for business. But then once we do get a little more comfortable, now it's a lot more acceptable. But
Well,
even
I
then,
mean more or less like big group speaking, presenting type stuff. When I can't think of a word, I'll say something country, and then it'll all die down, and then I go back to being, my professional self. So I get what you're saying. When you develop a rapport with someone, you shouldn't have to keep flipping on this switch. They should get to know the real you. But in education, in a scholarly
it's an expectation.
surroundings,
Yeah, it's an
it's
expectation.
expected. So I
Yeah.
can't come in there like, what we doing today, man? Like, I can't do that. I can't sound like Glorilla at the staff meeting. It just is what it is.
no, I don't think to that extreme, Cookie, but I do think that there are moments where the way that we express ourselves and the way that we articulate ourselves, especially about things that we're passionate about or we feel strongly on a certain position, I'm talking about letting a little bit of that go, as opposed to saying I don't concur, you know, let's reconvene, et cetera, et cetera. I sometimes want to say, look, with all due respect, I see the effort that was made, but unfortunately, it just doesn't hit the mark and it doesn't meet our standards. And I'm gonna tell you exactly why. It's because there was a lack of attention, there was a lack of effort, and a lack of passion, and the consistency doesn't show up. Right? It's more of the passionate and more direct, honest, not being overly critical or disrespectful, but it's highlighting those high points rather than being like, hey, you tried your best. You swung for
No,
the
that's not what I don't. I
like,
don't identify
Luis, I think
with
everything
that.
you just said was fine. I think that's just you. I don't think that. I'm thinking you think it's
man,
good.
I don't know what it is. It's just I find that a lot of people sometimes there's a lot of people like, okay, so I'm on a project where there's a huge fucking like money issue, and I've had sidebars with my guy, and I'm like, look, you gotta tell him that he fucked up. Like, your guy fucked up. This is why we're in this mess, and we're over here trying to fix it, and we're coming up and exercising every issue. But unfortunately, there's money that needs to be plotted in. We just need to call a thing. And I know we don't want to go against, we're trying to play nice, but who dropped the ball? We got to say, hey, look, you failed to effectively communicate in your documents and in your drawings, and you did not follow through. Like, you did not handle the standard of care well. and it's okay to say that, but we're trying to like, well, you know, I think we all missed it, and it's like, nah, man, it's not like that. Get out of here.
No, for
people do
me,
say
I
that.
think it all goes back to the definition of what code switching is for you. I'm always going to be blunt and say what I need to say. How I say it is the only thing that changes when I code switch. If that makes sense. If you're
Yeah.
wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, we got to get back on track, y'all. We got to get back on track.
Right.
So make sure we go ahead and get up out of here. All right. So thank you again, Mr. Anton Christopher, and thank you for your support as well. I'm a work in progress. I'm always be a student, but I'm always willing to learn. There we go. Let's go ahead and get into this next topic. We're going to talk about Shaq makes Angel Reese uncomfortable. Did y'all see the video at all? No? It's new to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go.
And you don't strike this from the tape, Christian.
We ain't striking it.
Don't. I'm telling you, just lower like that to where it gives you ability to dunk. Bro, imagine you.
I'm not imagining.
Let me finish. Imagine you in the same little shirt you had on at the Wild and Out show, dunking. You know how many t-shirts you gonna sell, cuz? You tripping.
Oh my
what?
God.
What?
Oh God.
The same little shirt you had on.
Okay. All right.
Bro.
Oh
I
man.
don't see why she feels embarrassed.
Yeah,
Like
you
uncomfortable. Like
you
like
put
you
on the
wore
shirt.
it. You wore it. You showed it off. You shared it via social media. And when we talk about it, now all of a sudden you're trying to hide your head in the sand. Make it make
Is she
sense.
a singer? She was on the
She's
stage,
not a
right?
singer.
She plays basketball.
I just saw her on a stage.
Yeah, she was at a club night at an event, right? So she wore an outfit where the cheeks was out a little bit at the back. And
A little bit.
Oh,
Bruh,
I know who she is. I know her name. I know who she is. Okay, I promise you I know who she is. Jesus.
Let's be honest. She ain't got but a little bit of cheeks. So what little bit she has, some of it was showing. All right. Now let's to put this in context, right? She would sell a lot of shirts if she did that. And that's not the craziest thing Shaq ever did. Shaq used to tackle people in the locker room butt naked. Shaq has been inappropriate his whole career. There are countless. You go to YouTube and look how many stories of Shaq doing something inappropriate to somebody butt naked. He would have been kicked out.
So she said that was an inappropriate comment. Is that what we're saying?
That's what they're saying. Is it was an uncomfortable comment for him to make. He's her boss at Reebok, right? He's her boss. So
okay, gotcha.
It is an uncomfortable thing to come from your boss. Period.
So is this an example of code switching? He could if he would have said it differently.
If he wasn't her boss, it would. I don't think it would have had the same outcome. He is her boss.
Got it.
That's it. He's the president.
Was Shaq talking to her, and there was no type of business relationship. That's different. But he's her boss.
Right. He's the president of operations for Reebok. He's the person that opted to sign her and give her the endorsement deal that she has. That endorsement deal pays all of her bills. She's admitted on countless times that the money that she gets from the WNBA wouldn't even cover her rent. Her NIL deals, her endorsements are what pay her bills. So pretty much the person who pays her bills made a comment and she felt uncomfortable. It's not the end of the world, but I don't think he was being sexist. I think he was just Shaq.
You're just being honest.
Yeah. All right, so I do want to comb through some of these comments as well. So there was somebody that said Queen Durham. Some things about him scares me. I just don't want him around. No kids unsupervised. And Curtis, man, which is a watcher, he responded by saying, "Y'all got to stop this. For context, Morris Chestnut is older than Shaq by 3 years. I doubt any of y'all would have said the same reaction. So cut it." These are some of the comments that was said as well. Shaq is the uncle you warn your little friend about before Thanksgiving dinner. A woman, Ron Brown, very uncomfortable. I hate when old dudes do stuff like this to young girls. Shaq sounded like the family uncle you keep the kids off the lap of. Old men like this is so cringe. Shaq like to party and y'all got to tell him no. Well, that's inappropriate and awkward. Come on, Shaq, what the F? You 30 years older than her and you're supposed to be her mentor. You could tell she uncomfortable. He needs to chill. So it's just a lot of comments, various. I'll post a link in the chat so you guys can actually look and see what the comments are saying. But let's go ahead and get back to this discussion.
Why? Go ahead, Sam.
So when I saw it, I was thinking that kind of, right? So what I was thinking was, I think the problem is not even that he's the boss, right? I think that there's such an age gap, and when you're so young, you just, for whatever reason, you know, when you dress a certain kind of way, you're trying to pull a certain kind of person, which I assume is in her age range. And then you hear an older guy who you don't even look at in that kind of way, who notices it and then speaks on it. And you you associate him like that's my granddaddy saying I look a certain kind of way. Because I would even argue that even if it was Morris Chestnut, and Morris Chestnut is hot. Some women are into older men and some women are just not, right? And she seems to be a pretty person. And the thing about it is you don't know which one you're going to get, right? So it's a gamble. And so unfortunately, she looked at it as kind of weird. And because she looked at it, everybody else is like, they started to remember that one guy, those old guys in the club who try to holler at you and you super young, and they put it in that category, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? Because we've all had that experience, especially in our younger age, that one guy who is super older than you, and you like, I did not come for you. I came for him, the guy 5 years older than me, 3 years older than me. But since you're here and you made a comment, you don't want to say anything to hurt his feelings, but at the same time, you like, girl, he's super weird. He's something wrong, you know? And they go into that whole pedophile, even though this guy girl is well above age. He's not a pedophile. You are of legal age. I've seen Shaq volunteer at children's hospitals, go and talk to little kids, and there's nothing about him that seems creepy around little children. Layla was in the hospital one time and he did a visit to all of the kids. He was very caring, he was very nice, nothing. So let's just take that out of the situation. I think that word is being used a little bit, you know, but this is just a situation where some women are just not down for that, and they're gonna look at you as the creep. Because it's like, dude, why you not just date somebody your own age, like, or near your own age, you know? So
how is it not creepy to go out in public with your ass out? Like, how did we get past that point where you can literally, and this isn't the first time that she's been outside at a function with her
booty out, and this is a public function. They all have their butts out. Seem like.
You're a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? You're a basketball player. You're a basketball player in a women's league where women are fighting for equality and not to be sexualized and all this other stuff. But you're constantly coming out to functions with your ass out. How is that not creepy?
So Viz, real fast, and I'm gonna stop talking because I know I've said. I just came from 2 homecomings. I went to Clark's homecoming last week because I have a friend goes there, and I went with a girlfriend who went to Spelman. So I went to their homecoming yesterday. There's a new trend of booty out. Okay. Like it's called a bubble skirt, I guess, because you also have a bubble. I don't know why they called it that, but it's a trend where these girls are wearing these little. Do you remember how you used to have tennis skirt, but the tennis skirt doesn't go past the butt; it stops right at the butt, and there's like a little bit of pant that covers the butt, but the booty is out right there.
It was something that you wore in the house for your boyfriend or a husband.
No, they're not wearing it in the house; they're wearing it in public spaces.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Are around.
That's what I'm saying.
Know, it's a new trend. I don't understand how it started, but it's in full effect. Because I was thinking to myself, we are here at this public event, family-oriented event, and I got to look at your butt. What are we doing? The thirst.
How is that not creepy?
We're trying I'll do you one better. I've seen women show up to high school graduations in those see-through bodysuit thing. with
They
like
come
just,
pick up their kids, parents with this
like
stuff. This shit.
it is wild to me. Absolutely wild that you would show up to a high school graduation.
That's her. It's the style now. I don't get it.
She's turned around, face with her ass facing the crowd. It's like I don't understand it. The like I get that there are double standards out there, but some of them is, it's like, come on now.
Right. And I can see why he would probably feel comfortable saying, because he thought like, well, you're the one who did it. And I'm just pointing out what you did. Like
all the time. That may even have been a deciding factor in him hiring her, because I know that she has this following on Instagram or just in general on top of her playing ball. But I know that she's going to be doing a lot of stuff off the court. All right, bet, let's put you in these shoes. We're going to send you this shoe so that you can match it with whatever leotard or spandex fit that you want to wear, you know what I'm saying, and have your ass out. We know that this is something that you're going to do. So here, we're going to feed it to you because we know that that's what you're into. So it's like, man, you can't get uncomfortable and mad when somebody sexualizes you or mentions how it is that you dress, if that's how you're dressing.
And he didn't even say, he just said it. He just referenced something you did. He never said, oh, because the booty shorts was so, and I was able to see your butt. He just said, if you wore what you wore, right?
There's really nothing wrong with what he said. It was just inappropriate coming from the position of a boss. If anybody else said it, it wouldn't have been a problem, because he's right. If she did a video dunking in the shorts and sold the picture of it on a t-shirt, it would sell out. Everything he said was factual. He wasn't adjusting his jump when he said it. He wasn't like leaned in the camera on some pervy shit when he said it. He stated a fact. And this is a guy that got it out the mud, owns all types of random ass businesses, has a good ear for what would make money. So what he said was factual and true. It was just uncomfortable because of the position of power he has over her. And for anybody that's ever gotten cringe vibes from Shaq, you've got to check your cringe meter. Shaq just comes across as a big grown-ass kid. Every time he goes somewhere, he's constantly buying stuff for whole families. You know what I'm saying? Families that got handicapped kids, autistic kids, needy kids. He's going and buying them vehicles, toys, Christmas gifts, and he's buying it through the parents. So, you got to check your cringe meter on Shaq. He's a big, goofy dude, and goofy people cross the line a lot. Tackled Kenny Smith into a tree on Christmas Live. Like, we all saw that. Like, he a big goofy kid.
Hey, that man picked up Kevin Hart and dry humped him.
Right. That was cringe.
That was wild as hell.
He violated Kevin Hart. He took the cornbread. He didn't ask for the cornbread.
Oh man,
life shit. You go finish your cornbread, like, you know what I'm saying? It was that type of energy.
Yeah, man. We live in a wild time, man. No accountability.
And living color wouldn't even exist in this time.
Because everything is right. Everything is offensive.
The whole show would have been shot down second episode.
Go ahead, Cookie.
First of all, go Tigers. Second of all, I think the miscommunication here is like people don't know the history. The history is when she was at LSU, still grown. So that's Uncle Shaq to her, whether that's her boss or not, right?
Right.
But Shaquille is about getting his money anywhere he sees fit. Y'all are right. There's nothing creepy about Shaquille, but I think what happened with Angel is she was just like, why you putting me on blast like that? More than it was like friend, like, why you doing me like this
I can see that.
on live? So she put herself in the shorts, but it's like Come on, why? It was like, why you? It was more or less like, what we doing here? But she got to remember that he about his money. I don't think it's anything. I think people are reading too deep into it, and yeah, I know those people, so I'm not gonna say too much more. But go Tigers!
Yeah. So if it was somebody that was around her age that said the same exact thing, would it be the same response?
Well, it depends, because if it's Cookie's way, then it wasn't necessarily. So I'll have to see the rest of it, because if it's Cookie's way, it seems like she was more. You know how you put somebody on the spot, you like, you know. So that would be a different reason.
That's from it.
You say what?
Same thing Cookie said is the energy I got from it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it's like your family telling you something and you're uncomfortable. Like, go ahead, mom. Like if your mom came up, like if your mom came up to her daughter, it was adjusting her chest in front of other people. You'd be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Get you even in your shirt, girl. Like, come on, mom. There's people right here. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, yeah, it didn't get the creep vibe at all.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't ever got creep vibe from Shaq.
All right, Luis, you there?
Don't look like it. We gonna do it.
Maybe might have did. Somebody said that she might have been, I guess, like essayed before or something. Or you ever heard anything about that?
Even get. You haven't heard that?
Somebody in the comments
That's
said
big,
big leap.
Yeah.
Y'all reaching like the Grinch at this point.
Yeah, I
10
don't
and a
see that.
half football.
I don't see that at all.
Two great players from LSU. Shout out to LSU.
So I guess we talk about what the thing with Shaq, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why? I don't know. She seemed like she was a little embarrassed, I guess, by what Shaq was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
But I don't. He didn't do a mention them shorts that she was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's embarrassed by it, why didn't he wear them shorts then? If somebody's gonna mention it, bring it up to you, why even wear them then? If you felt like it was gonna be a problem, if somebody brought them up in that way, you know, it's one of those things. If you wear clothing like that, you know what I'm saying, and if somebody is either, you know, complimentary or critical about them, you got to expect both.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't know. Have at it, Cookie.
Shaquille is like he walked her out on senior night. Like he's like family. I don't think a lot of people understand that.
That would be weird then. If you like my uncle and then you say that, I'm like, you're like my uncle.
But I think it was more or less like the way he said it was like, I saw you in them shorts. Like, what we doing? Because if that's what we doing, let's put it on a shirt.
That's the vibe.
Yeah. But you out here, you on stage jiggling for free when we could be putting that on a shirt.
Jiggle for these coins.
Yeah, it's all about coins. People need to, when it comes to Shaquille, that's what people need to
It felt like it was about money. Like I didn't get the vibe that he was sexualizing her for himself. I just didn't get that energy.
Like, niece, if that's how you want to act, at least make money from it.
Yeah.
But think about she sexualized herself.
I don't think every time a woman walks down the street with her body out, I think we sexualize them. She's 6'3". She has been called a sloth. People have said she has no body. If there was one day where she was feeling herself and she wanted to show that she has a little body, did y'all know that she gets slandered like that? Like they were putting up memes of her looking with the saying that she looks like the sloth from Men in Black. Like she was getting heavily trolled. If there's one day she wanted to step out and show people she got a little body yaddy, yeah, come on, man.
And she got it, but King, she's sexualizing herself because she feels like she wasn't being looked at in a sexual manner. She was looked at as being in a, I guess, a built like a childlike manner. I mean, you know what I'm saying, as far as built like a boy, but she don't have curves. And then she decided, oh, well, I'm gonna show what I got. She's sexualizing herself.
I guess I see it as I didn't see her turning her ass towards the crowd. I saw her VIP
Oh, well,
on
dog,
stage.
you don't pay attention to her enough then.
Yeah, JR just showed the clip of it, bro.
All right. I mean, no,
Oh, did he?
beyond,
Okay.
when I saw the clip, I saw an angle like she's on stage and someone's behind her on stage.
Yeah,
So they got
an
that
entire
angle
audience, like 10,000 people.
I hear you. I don't know. It just didn't feel that
Yeah,
little
yeah, but King, you gotta think you haven't you don't see her enough then. Because she had an outfit where you could just see everything.
Hey,
did you guys see what she wore to draft night? Do you guys see what she wore to draft night?
Yes.
Angel Reese.
Yeah.
What like that? It was just like
let's see it.
This is not the BET freaking award /
yeah, you nasty.
11s in Miami.
Hey, Luis, it sounds like your mic is unmuted, bro, or it's not coming through your mic.
All right, she showed her body. Jude said what he said, but I don't think he was trying to smash. It was uncomfortable silence. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I'm all for women empowering themselves and stepping out if they want to flaunt what they have. I'm with that all day. There's a time and a place for that. But if that's something that you're consistently doing, then you're automatically placing yourself in a box. We need to get back to speaking on and understanding that people in society wear uniforms. Everyone has a uniform. If you're in corporate, you wear a uniform. If you're a police, fire department, military, whatever, you have a uniform. If you're a hoe 304, you have a uniform. If you a nun, you have a uniform. Everyone wears a uniform. If you're a thug, gangbanger, whatever, you have a uniform. So if you're wearing a uniform of a certain group, then you need to expect to be treated and reacted to in that same manner.
Look, man, this man was having a conversation, and like he said, I seen what you wore, and so she's a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, she wore all that bullshit ass uniform, like you said, is with the fake hair and the eyelashes. But she takes that shit off. She's a beautiful woman with a nice body. So I mean, you fault Shaq for looking at that young woman? No, you can't fault him for that. And so he said something on it. He said, if you wore the shorts like you did there, imagine what type of audience you're gonna get. That's a fact.
These are facts.
Look, y'all remember watching a lingerie bowl, and I remember when they first started that little women's football team, they wasn't wearing them skimpy clothes. They was damn near wearing a t-shirt with some regular basketball type shorts. But when they started to get a little shorter and stuff start to get tighter, and more things start to get exposed, the attendance as well as the eyes was on the product. What do you expect?
Yeah, the same goes for men, for male basketball players. Hey, all right, we're gonna get you in the gym, get you cut up a little bit. We're gonna have you take these type of pictures, these shots, whatever. And we all know that mostly men consume the NBA, but it's still the aesthetic of being able to see a figure that looks aesthetically pleasing to the eye. We all acknowledge it. If it's a good looking guy, no homo, whatever, you see him, oh man, dude ripped, dude cut up, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Folks look good, man. How long you been in the gym? How much you bench? You know what I'm saying? These are all questions that men ask. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So you have no choice but to acknowledge it, and it's going to get a greater response. So it doesn't change for women. It's even more with women, So if you're in that industry, then you have to understand that simply comes as a part of the job. If you're putting yourself out there looking like a sex symbol, essentially, because you're dressing provocatively, then that's the attention that you're gonna get. And if that's what you're doing, then like Cookie said, any person with a brain that's business smart is gonna say, let's capitalize this. Why you out there shaking your ass for free? Let's make some money off of it. While you have it.
I mean, most women who have an IG don't even monetize off of it. They're not selling a product. They're not selling a service. They're just selling attention. The only man that's selling an OnlyFans account, they're just selling attention. So I'd be like, why are you on IG half naked all the time and you're not making no money from it? Unless you're just expecting men to just slide in your DMs and fly you out and send you cash apps and, you know, lunch money.
I think that the reason why that is because when people feel like you're selling it's one thing to show your body and another thing to sell your body, right? And I think that maybe people in their mind think, if it's like I'm selling. Does that make sense? Maybe that's
They're selling what exactly?
Yeah,
Like,
if
what
you're
are they
showing
selling?
it, then you're selling it.
So
You know what's? Go ahead.
So, for example, if I am so let's just say if you're a Victoria's Secret runway model, and they have the little skimpy outfit on, they walk down the thing, so that's a part of your job. You may show your pictures or whatever. Well, I guess that's a bad example, but let's just say that you just out on the beach and you like fun. This is just me showing how much fun I'm having. I go out. This is what I look like when I go out, right? But it's not to sell, because when you sell it, it makes it seem like I'm doing it as a product, more so that it's just me having fun. This is what I wore. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Maybe it's what I'm saying is that maybe it's something psychological that it just changes the thought of it to that person.
It's you convincing yourself that I'm not trying to look like a piece of meat, but I look good in this outfit.
Which therefore goes to the whole allure of you selling. If the majority of all your followers, if you have 10,000 followers and 9,000 of those are men, you are selling to men. Let's just call it a thing. Like, I don't care what words we use or how we want to like rearrange it. You're still selling to men because your core audience of who follows you, who likes, who comments, who shares are all men. So therefore you are catering and therefore selling to men. I had a conversation about 2 years ago with a young woman on Clubhouse one time. She brought up that, all these men, like, they never come at me and like in a proper way in my DMs and this and that. And she made a whole spectacle about it. And I was like, why do you feel that you're not being approached, by men in a more, gentleman-like? And they're like, like all these men want to, just sleep with me and this and that. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I clicked on her IG. Viz, I kid you not. I click on her IG and it just looked like a whole Vixen thirst trap up and down. There's no pictures of, there wasn't even one modest picture. And this is the God honest truth, I swear, on everything I love. There was not one honest picture. In her bio, it didn't say aspiring nurse or aspiring business owner or, entrepreneur or, BS in specialty and mental health or whatever the case. And she told us, she shared with us, I'm a smart woman, I have this, I have that, and whatever. And I was like, you're preaching to us and you're telling us this, but I don't see that anywhere on your IG. I don't see no graduation pictures of your IG. I don't see you active in your profession pictures on your IG. I don't see any of those things that you're talking about and highlight either in your bio or pictures that show that as a receipt. All I see up and down are just booty pictures. And you're wondering why these dudes are approaching you the way that they are.
Well,
Let's just be honest. You know what you're doing. You don't like the direction in which it's heading, but you still want to post whatever you want. You just want a different result than what you're getting, and you're not going to yield that. Maybe perhaps if you rebrand yourself and consider and being more mindful about what you post, perhaps you might get a different outcome.
Do you think that men go after modest women though?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they
Yeah,
No, they
do.
don't.
they do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Y'all
I
can look
Look,
at my
mean, look,
page right now. Very
Cookie, you're
modest.
conflating short-term attention for long-term retention.
And quality over quantity. Of
Huh?
course, the lame ass niggas that y'all don't like, that y'all complain about every single time, all day, every day. Of course, those are the ones that are going for the women that aren't modest, because they're wearing the uniform as if they are a prostitute. So those type of women essentially have always been easy since the beginning of time. So it's like,
So why don't you follow modest women?
who
That's what I
said
was
I
about to
don't?
say. They can shut this down by just not following them hoes.
But that's what they're into. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be that caliber of man.
It's
That's
just
going,
hard to. It's just really hard to distinguish the difference because you saying whores that get married or that type of behavior that get married, and there's some that don't, and there are also modest women who get married, but then modest women who can't. So
Yeah,
it's
but they're
almost.
getting married to men who have no
wrong?
standards. Like that's the thing. Shame on it. Those men are marrying women who they're lusting, not who they're loving, not who they see a fruitful relationship. They're
I
falling
agree.
into lust, not love. So
Gotcha.
therefore, those men who are in those positions, those men have no standards, because if they did, none of these women would be married. If these dudes had backbones and stood up like men and moved like men and had a standard and a level of self-respect for them, none of these women would be in relationships and none of these women would be married. Right? This is why a lot of them get all the side language thrown at them, because they don't want to lower their standard or lower their level of access, right, to a woman or women who behave or move in a particular type of way. Because if dudes stood firm and stood on business and not get off their square, none of these women would be in relationships, because unfortunately a lot of them are not going to acquiesce.
But you can understand how it can be confusing, especially to a younger generation.
I don't see how it could be confusing still.
You know what
Even
I
to
think?
younger people.
Even the younger people.
You know what I think?
So let me
I
finish.
think that. Oh, go ahead.
Because I don't want to lose my thought what he just said. So it gives almost the same. Remember how we had that one show? I think you were on it, and the young man was saying, "Well, back in the day, women liked the thug life." You know what I'm saying? They was going after those dudes. I think it's the same thing when you're young, right? Like they couldn't distinguish the fact that that's not really what women wanted, because they were getting the attention. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost the same,
attention.
right? But when you're a kid, you don't know that. When you're young, you don't know that that's short term. We know because we're all older and we can look back and see. We seeing things from different lenses, right? We're taking the time to see it. But I'm talking about a developing young person, 22, 23, in their mind, they're thinking, okay, well, this person is the person who's getting the attention. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, just look at it from that standpoint, possibly how it can just be a little confusing.
Yeah, no,
I hate Cookie left because I want to hear what she say.
Well, the thing about it, Shane, we not young no more, right?
I'm not talking about us. I said from a young person, not from us.
I understand, but even the younger, even when we was young and we thought we was doing that, we always had elders. Your parents say, "Don't mess with that boy. That boy is nothing but trouble. I don't mess with that girl. That girl fast." Don't have no dealings with her. She don't mean you no good. She just wants you to have a baby and gonna take advantage of you. You know what I'm saying? So you always had an elder pouring something in your ear. Now, whether you listen to it or not, that's a different subject. Most of the times we didn't. We rebel. Oh, my parents don't know what they talking about. They old. They too old fashioned. They don't understand what's going on right now. They don't understand what's going on in these streets. And then you settle for what you settle. But like what you were saying was, I think both men and women don't like I guess what we consider the boring type people, you know, a boring type woman or a boring type dude. And not, you know, like I said, in the young, you did it first. You want that girl that was more excited, who's ready to go, you know what I'm saying, and do whatever. That's what we did because we knew we was trying to get some action. And just like young ladies who's dating them bad boys, well, they was more exciting. They was more adventurous. Maybe they had a little money in their pockets compared to that square dude. He didn't have the money right now. It wasn't his time just yet. Now, later on down the line, it kind of switched up when you got more older, more mature. You kind of wise up. Yeah, I made a mistake by dealing with old Pookie. I shouldn't have messed with him. I shouldn't have had a baby by him. But now I'm ready to settle down with the average dude. You know what I'm saying? Not the square dude. Now he done moved on. He done found him another average woman that was into him, and him being average, they coming together. But you know, it is what it is.
So I'll talk about it another time. I may bring it on my show. I had a situation that happened.
You go ahead.
No, because I got it's a long story. It'll be a whole nother topic. Y'all should come on my show Friday. Y'all don't want to come, Cookie? You coming Friday?
We made the playoffs. I have a game.
Oh, congratulations.
Unless we lose Tuesday. If we lose Tuesday,
y'all gonna win. Don't say that. You'll win.
That's right. Speaking into existence. So Shane, I would come over, but I feel like I'm gonna verbally be attacked and abused. And so I'm abused enough on Wednesdays and Sundays. There's no need to add another day of verbal abuse.
Well, you can give us your pointers in the chat, and I'll take it.
Okay. I feel safe in the chat. Hold
the chat down.
All right. I'm just waiting on one more person that's supposed to be pulling up.
Are we doing another subject or something?
Yeah, I'm just about to do this. This is the last one. It's that Campbell.
Yeah, I gotta go in a few minutes.
Okay. Miss Shamble.
Sorry.
LD499 says SHIT. I love when the cheeks are out. Y'all tripping.
I mean, hey, you ain't wrong.
Let it be known.
No, there was a video I had seen on I think it was Conversations Tonight or something like that. The joint that Trip be on or whatever. That panel.
Tonight's conversation.
Tonight's conversation. So there was a young lady that had got up and she was speaking on how she essentially always comes across men that are insecure or how to deal with a man that's insecure. And I forgot what the chick name was. And she was like, well, honey, respectfully, you standing up right now with titty tape on. And they show her with a blouse on with titty tape on, and she adjusting herself. Her titties is out. And it's like, you putting yourself out there, you know what I'm saying, to look a certain type of way and not expect for a man to feel some type of way about what he feel is his. So it's like a thing of delusion that we're experiencing, and be it on both sides. But it's this thing of delusion as to where it seemed like women expect for people not to react a certain type of way off of how you present yourself.
Yeah. Look, I mean, and that takes it back to the Shaq situation. If you don't want to put yourself out there and then don't expect somebody to either, like I said, compliment you or critique you, because either one's gonna come. You're gonna have some individuals, man, you look beautiful, ma'am, in that dress, or they may say, ma'am, you Makes you look like a little fast hoe. What's up? What's up with that? Why you showing all that? Why your cheeks out? Why you got all that cleavage meat being exposed? I mean, you're gonna get either one. Now it depends on the person. You may feel some type of way because they was critical of you. You know what I'm saying? Or it may pump your ego up. You know, you swell your head up a little bit. You know, depends on the situation. But you can't be surprised whichever comes. You can't be. I'm sure when you went out, you knew something was coming. You had expected that. Now, I'm sure most of the time people wanted to hear more of the compliments than the critics. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is.
I'm actually about to pull that video up that y'all was talking about. I did see it.
Like what I got on right now.
Yeah, Shorty was tripping, man.
Was she?
She was definitely tripping.
All right.
I'm confused. What video?
I'm about to play it right now for you, Shan. Give me 1 second. It was the Viz. It was the video that Viz was referring to. About the lady wearing the tape.
She said, ma'am, your titty tape is out.
Titty tape? Oh, Takani, you do like this?
No, it was like all of this is open. So the titty tape.
Insecure of a man not to like or want you to dress sexy in order for you to be his wife.
What's sexy?
What I got on, like what I got on right now.
Oh, let me. I gotta get a good look at you. Let me see. Where your shirt at? Kitty, what do you think?
I think that sometimes some of y'all women really don't understand how territorial men are. It's different if you were covered up, but baby, you got tape on. So yes, of course, a man who knows how men are going to look at you, knowing that there's going to be men who are going to be predators or going to pursue you, he's right for saying that. That's not meaning that he's insecure. He's territorial. That's a man's nature, and that's absolutely okay. It's your responsibility as his woman to understand his nature and to also have boundaries with yourself, knowing what you are exposing yourself to. I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be quick. I'm so glad I can have conversations with my husband because I asked him, we had a deep conversation. I said, what is it about women that will make you not wife her? And the first thing he said, the way she presents herself. That's coming from a man. Men will tell you that if you dress provocative, they're going to see you as an object. Stop calling men insecure. That is their God-given right to say, I don't want my woman to present herself out here because not only is she a representation of me, she's a representation of herself.
I get that. And she don't even have to do that. She's a beautiful woman. She would have been cute.
Don't even have to do
dressed.
that. You could have just put on a shirt with the same jean jacket. You could
And
have
pulled the same man just in a different way.
No,
honey.
Viz. No. I encourage you.
Hink. He got them hink ass.
I encourage you because she doesn't belong to me.
Beautiful lady.
Yeah, she don't belong to me. I could care less. Let him hang.
I bet Heat page full of booties.
Oh man.
He got booty. I gotta go look. I'm gonna go look at his followers.
This is true.
I'm gonna check the followers.
This is true.
Hey, so
I do not deny that.
They all out there tuning it up on Heat page. I'm telling you.
I'm a man who loves ass.
That's funny.
Man, me and my old lady, we was just having this conversation, kind of pertaining to this. We was watching Love is Blind. Since JR showed me that one clip, we ended up watching that season. So, but there was one chick on there that, and I hear this often now, especially on these platforms, of how women they struggle to uphold this expectation to look a certain type of way due to the standards, the beauty standards that society has put forward. And it's like, well, men experience that as well. And ultimately all that is just you coming outside and presenting yourself in a presentable way. You know, it's not walking outside with a bonnet on. You know, it's not walking outside and you got you got eye boogers all caked up in you know what I'm saying, in your shit or whatever. Is you not coming outside in pajamas? No, it's these basic things of us knowing that we're walking out into society and we have to conduct ourselves a certain type of way. There was even a video that I saw, I believe she was African, but this chick was on a business flight. She was on a first class flight where they was in the business suites, and she's brushing her hair, you know, in a suite area or whatever. And off to the side, you see two different shots of two different white women looking at her like, man, what is she doing? And everybody like, oh, they being racist, they being racist. It's like, no, you're in business class around people that spent a lot of money to not be around regular folk doing regular shit.
Now, what was she doing? I'm confused.
She was like brushing her hair, her weave rather, and then putting it into
a bonnet. Because it was probably going to be a long flight, right?
We don't know. But
I would suggest, look, let me just tell you this. If it's a long flight, night flight, whatever, I would prefer you to put that bunny on when you get in your seat than you walking around in that airport with that thing on.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do it. But when that flight land, the cabin, you know, prepare the cabin.
Because the key to the bonnet is to keep your hair from detangling. So she has to detangle it before putting it in the bonnet, before laying down to go to sleep.
Well, so I could only assume that it wasn't a late flight because it was sunlight out. You know, it wasn't like it was a night flight. So in most cases, those longer flights like that you're going to be on that, it's going to be an overnight flight, a red eye flight.
Did she have a cube or was it just a regular like seat?
Yeah, it was like a cube.
It was in her business.
Her cube.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I get it. To me, I think that's just more so a thing of etiquette, of having etiquette. It's, if you're going to do that, go to the bathroom and do it, and then come back.
Walk out with a bonnet on your head? No, sit down.
I mean,
in your seat, discreetly put that bonnet on. No, don't go to the bathroom. Use the bathroom before you put that bonnet on. That's worse.
That's a walk of shame. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think she did the right thing in her cubicle she paid for.
Yeah, I think that they.
Hey, Viz, I don't blame. Look, man, I don't understand. We was at a comedy show last night and getting something to eat before we go home, and this lady is wearing a whole bonnet in her. I'm like, what are we doing here?
That's not acceptable.
You at a comedy show and she had a bonnet on?
We was leaving it. Yeah. Well, there's like the Louisville Comedy Club. Then there's like a bar before you walk into the comedy club area. So yeah, I was there. And I'm like,
you know, men are wearing them now too.
Yeah, those are called homosexuals. But that's a different conversation. I don't understand why you put yourself out in public like that, though. That doesn't make sense to me, man. That doesn't make sense to me.
LD says, panel, am I the only dude who don't care about they women wearing a bonnet to the store?
LD, your standards are extremely low, sir.
Didn't LD tell us that he was wasn't LD the one who made the comment earlier?
Yeah, he was the one
work in progress. It's okay, LD.
Yeah, it's okay, man. You still got time.
Look, some people he don't have a choice. He may not have a choice not to care though. It might be a situation. She's the big dog in the house, so he ain't got no goddamn choice. You gonna accept this bullshit? I'm glad my wife don't do that shit, man. I'm glad. Hell no.
Stick to your guns, LD. You got this. Just tell it like, nah, not with me. Nope.
I wear a silk scarf. I'm not really a bonnet person. I'm like a scarf person, but you definitely have to detangle your hair before you wrap your hair up to the night. Because if you fall asleep in the plane and your hair is just out, she gonna wake up with a hive, and that's just a lot. That's a lot. So,
That's
I mean, she
fair.
did the right thing to protect her weave, hair, whatever it was. But yeah, I get it. And if she had somebody sitting next to her in like the first class leather seats, like clearly just like maybe if there's a booth available, it's probably an international flight.
Right.
That's
So
fair.
that's an international flight.
That's fair. Yes and no though, because I have been on flights coming from Dallas to Chicago where they had the lie. It's called the lie seats or lay flat seats.
Uh-huh.
So that's yes
That plane
and
probably
no.
continuing somewhere else though after it leaves Chicago. I promise.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. There's a longer flight there. So that's all I'm saying. If she's sleeping in a bonnet, she'll. But when I had straight hair, you wrap it and you put the silk scarf on it. I don't know where the bonnets came from, or I'm not a bonnet person myself. I just silk scarf wrap still. But even with my little puff, I just put the silk scarf over it, keep it from damage. But yeah, no, I feel like if she was in a whole cubicle, if she was sitting next to you brushing her hair and hitting you with the brush,
And then you got strings of hair on you.
I can see why, but they get a whole
the brush.
They got
You're doing too
walls
much,
up.
sweetie.
Damn, go to bed. Like,
Well, no, it wasn't like the full wall. It was probably like one that's as high as this. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It wasn't like they weren't on the Emirates. They had to been on like a United or American flight or something like that.
Yeah,
it don't even matter. They being nosy. Let that girl, as long as she didn't walk her happy butt through that airport with that bonnet on, as long as she take it off when they check that, when they say clear the cabin, baby step. We can't, we gonna work with that. That's workable.
But Shimon, you know, Shimon, you know she did wear. She probably wore them pajama pants and the bonnet.
She bets not.
Yeah. You know, Viz, I know she did this. She had a pajama pants. Oh, Viz, I took a picture.
Let me see. Pull it up. I can't see it.
Push it closer.
Put it closer, Viz. Are you delayed or something? Push the freaking phone closer.
You ain't shit. Viz ain't shit.
Oh, she got a whole robe on. Is that a robe?
Oh yeah, they're way too close.
Oh god damn.
Oh, because she looked like she got a robe and everything. I think that they see the camera. Oh, she doing hair. Like, yeah, she doing the most. You could have discreetly done that.
Yeah, she doing a lot.
She doing a big.
Yeah, I'll say, Viz, send it to me.
You have to let me show you how to do it. Put the camera on me. You have to do like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Why didn't she just go to the bathroom?
That's what I said. That's what I said. But apparently that's worse.
Well, in this case, since she needed so much elbow room, she probably, because she was throwing bows.
Yeah.
She probably should.
Yeah. So it was like this isn't a thing of.
I ain't putting on my bonnet.
Yeah.
And the camera was there. It's almost like she did it for the camera. Like I thought this was somebody videotaping her, but she was videotaping herself. She did this on purpose. This is a whole, I'm being dramatic because I want a reaction. Because she knew, just like she zoomed, she knew that woman was going, because you're doing the most.
Yeah.
You got a whole camera.
I'm so tired of y'all with these. I'm so tired of these entertainers with these cameras. Take the cameras, please. Take the cameras away from you. Everybody don't need a camera.
Yeah. So everybody
in the people in the grocery store setting up the cameras.
We did a license for cameras. Certification. Carry a camera
today, but you set up your camera first to go to the freezer section. Like that's weird to me. If I do it, I'm gonna knock that shit. If I see it, I will walk by and be the person like,
let's go again to this topic. Coco, you there?
Because I was supposed to leave 15 minutes ago.
I'm here.
All right. Like you driving, Coco.
Shimon, you ain't got no life. Just hang out with us.
I got to do lesson plans.
We're gonna go ahead and get into this. Amber Rose has smoked for Beyonce.
Oh Lord.
She wants to be a
slut.
So Amber Rose, she did the speech with Trump, And apparently, when Beyonce went to go do her speech with Kamala,
Okay.
Amber Rose was triggered by it. And so she said that she basically stole her whole format and speech. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce.
We are at the precipice of an incredible shift, the brink of history. I'm not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a politician. I'm here as a mother. A mother who cares deeply about the world my children and all of our children live in. A world where we have the freedom to control our bodies.
My name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children.
They just had kids in common. Who ain't doing this shit for their children?
So this is what she had to say. And she commented, she wanted to be me so bad, literally took my whole speech. So
That wasn't her whole thing. They did. The only thing they had in common was the. I'm confused.
I need Amber Rose to have a seat. The fact that she even at a convention after bending over, how many baby daddies she got? I know Wiz. Luckily, Kanye dodged that bullet. That woman is insane if she thinks that Beyonce want to be her. I'm just throwing that out there. She need help.
She's clearly doing it to make herself.
She clout chasing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's for relevancy for sure.
Because the last thing I remember about Amber Rose was Jocelyn beating her ass. So,
I mean, but I think
where's
that
she been?
the bigger picture of it is that everything that Beyonce said, she didn't believe that shit. She's not there as a regular person. She's there as a celebrity. Her children would more than likely, her daughters would more than likely never be put in a position to where they have to consider deleting a baby. So I think that that's a full reach. They even said that they told everyone that Beyonce was supposed to perform in order to get this big crowd out, only for her to get up to speak. So they probably ran.
I got a question.
That's false. I live here. That's not what happened.
So, question.
Okay.
So you don't think rich people kids can get pregnant and oopsie?
I think that they can, but I don't believe that her children would ever be in a position to have to make that decision. No.
You know, people make mistakes, right?
I'm fully aware of that.
So what exempts them from making a mistake? I mean, I'm confused. At that comment, like I'm not an abortion, person. I'm against abortions.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering why. I'm just wondering your thought process on why, if they're human, just like anybody else, you automatically assume that they won't make. God forbid. I'm not wishing that on them, but I'm just saying that. May
I say something?
You say more.
Imagine this: it's federally banned. They want women's pregnancy records. It's a HIPAA violation, which they're trying to change. And Blue gets pregnant. So now everybody in the world, including the government, gonna know Blue got pregnant. It's a oopsie. Now Blue got to fly to Switzerland. You don't think that's possible?
No. And I don't believe that it's a federal ban. There's still states. I want to say they said that there's.
No, he said he's going to make it a national ban if he wins.
He did not say that. He actually said the very opposite verbatim out of his mouth.
His vice president said it. Sorry, his vice president said it.
Yeah, so he absolutely did not say that he was going to do a federal ban.
It was his vice president.
Right now, right now there are 35 plus states where you can go and delete a child. The only thing that Trump said that he's going to do is leave it up to the states to make that decision. And with doing that, that actually leaves it in the people's hands in order to make that decision. So a lot of the information that's being put out amongst that is really misinformation and fake news, as he would say.
So let me ask you, so is that that's your biggest ordeal as it relates to picking the president?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I'm fine with a woman being able to do whatever it is that she wants to do with her body, but where I do draw the line is that a lot of the women that are speaking up, they're the extremists. So if you want if you have the want to unalive, to delete a baby, a actual baby inside of your stomach when you're in the third trimester, or this is actually developed, and you
I don't
just
think that's legal though.
It's never been legal to do that.
That's never been legal.
That's been part of the argument.
No, that's never been. Nobody's ever been able to do
never
that.
in any state been legal.
Okay. Well, so again, I don't have an issue with it, but I think that once it gets to a certain point or to a certain moment in the pregnancy, that it shouldn't be okay to do it.
The only time they do that is
I'm also
if the
against
mother's
it
life
being,
is in danger.
of course. So what Trump spoke on and openly said is that he's all for doing it if it's a case of a woman being SA'd or if their life is in danger.
JR, check your inbox.
But to just treat it as if it's another form of birth control, I think that.
Now I agree with that. I don't think
I
that
agree with
people
that, too.
abuse it like it's when you're using it as a form of birth control.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the Republicans overall that they're against that being a thing, just because it's always been a thing, especially now. So like if Roe versus Wade was reversed last term, and women are still able to go and get, to delete a baby, then I don't even understand how that's a running point, because it's like y'all are in office right now.
It's the women that can afford to go to another state that are doing it, though, right?
So let me ask you a question. So, this is where it gets a little tricky, right? Because and don't get it twisted. If you know me, you've ever followed anything I do, I am not for abortion at all. Okay. But this is where it gets a little tricky, because I hear people saying they're like, oh, they don't want abortion, right?
Shan, real quickly, just be careful with that word.
Oh, deletion.
Yeah.
Okay, so they'll say, oh, I don't want people to be able to get a deletion, right? And I think what I'm hearing from you is there are certain things you don't like about it. Like, for example, if it waits too late, or under certain circumstances, right? So but these people are not able to get deletions, right? But then we also complain about women who have a lot of children and they can't necessarily pay for them. So where's the equal ground? Like, you can't complain about one and complain about. So it's almost like, and we would all wish that people would just be responsible, right? It stop having, because broke people have sex more than people got nothing else to do.
But do we shift and change our morale as a people, as a culture, to say, oh, well, even though we know that you are incapable of making good decisions and taking care of yourself and the family and picking a good man to establish a family, we know that you can't do this, so we're going to change our morals and just go
you're
on.
Not changing nothing.
Them folks ain't changing no morals, boy. Bye.
Wait a minute.
But that's what.
No, it's not. It's not changing anybody's morals. What it
How was
is
that not?
it's y'all. Actually kind of reversed. Y'all are changing the morals of people that want to do this. That not y'all, but the actual
The
system.
deletion?
The deletion is somebody's choice. That's the whole point of it. It's not, nobody should be able to tell somebody how moral they should be. Now we might not agree with it, and we
That's
might not want it to be used as birth control, but what somebody we can't change their morals lawfully by saying that they can't do something and make them more moral. That ain't how that work.
if you
Just make
if you
sure
del-
to just take care of your tribe.
no, that's not how society works. If you
Right.
do if you break if you break the law, and most laws are built off of morals, you can't just go outside and unalive a person. If you
You
do that,
can, but you're gonna have to suffer the consequences.
right, but that's my point. They're not going to change the law of morals of saying that, okay, well, even though you did it, we're gonna say it's okay, just because this person was homeless or something. Right. That
I think
doesn't.
you're missing my point. My point is these people are gonna get it done either way. They shouldn't have to move around or find loopholes like it's the taxes. What I'm saying is everybody is not Christian, and I don't believe in those either. But what I'm saying is everybody not Christian, but what it seems as though is that the federal government is trying to force people into a belief system that may not be their own, and that in itself is against the Constitution. And that's why Roe versus Wade became a thing in the first place. So you might have the morals, we might have the morals, people we know might have the morals. Everybody ain't got them, but that don't mean that we have the authority to tell them, to force them not to have the morals, or to force them into a situation they don't want to be in. That's
That's
all that I'm saying.
that
I think he's what he's
and
saying
that's
is
and
it
that's
just makes
completely
sense.
false, because if that was the case, then we wouldn't have jails. Most of the people that are locked up in jail are there because they did not coincide with the morals established in our society.
I
That's how it works.
understand that. But what I'm saying is a body and how when a baby develops and all that stuff, that's up to the person who's carrying the child.
Do
That is,
you think
I mean, I don't feel like people that have never carried a child should be involved in the conversation, first of all. Second of all, I just
Why
think that
not?
it's, what do you mean, why not?
Why not?
Do you know what morning sickness feel like? Do you know what being SA feels like and then waking up pregnant by
Okay,
somebody?
we've already established, and Trump has established, that cases of SA, he's completely open to that. So
But he didn't though.
he did. He literally said that out of his mouth, Cookie. If you
Okay.
Jay, by all means,
I'll
is
believe you, and I'll look it up. But what
you,
the point that I'm
all that
trying
I'm
to make is
go ahead.
we can health issues, health, body in their health. Next, they'll be telling you that you can't do holistic medicine. You have to go get chemo. Next, and then next it'll be after a certain age or after so many kids, you have to get a vasectomy, or you have to do this. You have to do this with your health after a certain round, because morally you shouldn't have 10 baby mamas. Like my thing about it is,
so? That's
But we
to add on real fast
was
is
okay
one
with
question because I want to ask you a question.
that with the vaccine, though.
But a question, I got a question, Viz.
We
So
was
what?
okay with that with the vaccine. It's not a the government literally forced millions of people to get a vaccine that we don't know what the results is going to be post. We know for sure it wasn't effective because President Joe Biden had it at least 4 times. He had COVID 4 times, and we know for sure he didn't got the jab plus all of the boosters.
So what
I
is
think
the
it's just the
so if
vaccine is
we
so it
so
doesn't kill you, not so you don't get it. Like I think that was the
but I'm
point.
saying though, but you can't use that argument if there wasn't a nationwide pushback on the vaccine, because the vaccine was something that was forced by the government. So I don't think that argument can be said if there was no pushback for that. And then even the fact that there was
pushback.
There was
didn't get the vaccine.
There was pushback, in every single person that did not take it, they were shunned. They were talked about. They were called stupid.
How would they even know that you didn't take the vaccine?
Where?
How would you know that?
I heard all of that. I didn't tell people
No, I know
publicly,
plenty of
but
people
that was
who
all
opt
that
out
was
of the
all on social
vaccine.
media.
Nobody know. I mean,
I work in a school and nobody forced us to get that. I
Nobody.
don't understand.
Well, there's
Well,
a
there
lot
were
of
some
people
companies.
that
Yeah, there were
lost.
some companies that were.
There was a lot of people that lost their job or they were forced
Even
to lose their
nurses.
job
Well,
to get that.
and they made a choice, but they had the choice.
You don't
Yeah,
have a
and
choice
guess what?
to
Guess
lose
what?
the likelihood.
A lot of them that stood on business and elected not to get the shot and ended up getting fired and losing their job, they're already getting paid today via lawsuit, right? And also the back pay. So from the moment that they got released from their position to present day, they're compensated all that
They
back pay,
winning.
and they are gonna win the lawsuit as well.
Yeah,
Right?
they winning for
So
that.
those people who stood on business, good for them.
Yeah.
Because when push comes to shove, you're going to realize that if we have, let's say, for example, if we have another worldwide pandemic, right, or what our government deems as another pandemic, do you really believe, based on the first experience that we all went through, that people the second time around saying that their livelihood during the pandemic was greatly affected for something that they felt they have a high mortality rate?
I enjoyed that little month off. I ain't gonna even lie.
Do you think it will be resolved nationally? That's Adrian's. He was very serious about it. He was like, "It's going to be resolved nationally," and I was like, "Oh, I don't know."
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally. I don't, Adrian's like a smart lawyer, and I'm
He
not.
definitely is. I mean, he's great. I mean,
Yeah, he said he would like for it to be.
Listen to this. So would it be fair to say if you ban abortion nationally, if you get a woman pregnant, you got to marry her, mandatory?
Ooh, it's quiet.
I mean, you know what?
I wouldn't be
Let me tell you
opposed
this.
to that.
There'll be a lot of less people fucking. I promise you that. There
Yeah.
will be a lot less people fucking. And I'm even of the strong proponent that you will find men not even messing with women here. They will be gone elsewhere.
Messing up over there.
That'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go across the pond. I'm gonna go south for the winter.
Same shit, different sex.
That's a good one, Luis.
And I'm gonna be honest. There's going to be a lot of single, lonely, miserable women. I promise you.
I doubt
You
it.
can do that. Pass that policy. But you don't understand. Human behavior isn't going to be acquiesced into that policy, right? And no man is.
So you're saying they're going to be lonely. Nobody wants you to know. What you're saying is, oh, she's lonely from the guy who just wanted to hit it and quit and use her for her body.
No.
What is she lonely from?
What they're lonely. It's not that they're lonely. It's that you're not going to. Men today are starting to wake up.
Okay.
I keep talking about this, and I keep talking about it. Men today are starting to wake up. You go to if you look at the biggest complaint from a lot of women today, clubs are empty, lounges are empty, bars are empty.
Clubs.
There are huge social spaces that are filled with women. There are very few men outside in these spaces. The drastic, and I've talked about this on this show. I've gone out to brunch, I've gone out to these other spots, and I tell you, when I walk in, it's like 80% women and maybe 20% men.
Well, that's because nobody cares about those things anymore. I just came from a homecoming and there were tons of men, tons of women. It's just different spots. People just have different things that they like now. Nobody goes
but I'm telling you, it's drastically different now. A lot of guys are just not outside like that. That's just the reality. And the other proponent. And the other thing too, you're not going to create a bill where you're trying to tie men down or put their hands behind their back type of deal, right?
No, we're not. We're saying be responsible. That's
You're
not
absolutely
tying
right.
people behind your back.
You're absolutely right, and I agree. But however, that's coming from you and me being two sound people.
Oh,
you,
gotcha.
you talk about this to young people who are 16, going on 17, 17, and 18, who are becoming adults, and they're reading and listening to this, and they're thinking to themselves, why the hell would I want to sign up for that? Like, I'm going to leave this chick alone because I understand the greater consequence, or I'm going to put so many systems in place to ensure that that doesn't happen.
So let me ask you a question. So what I'm saying to you, and this is the Viz, you sound so the same concern. I think what is going on is the same concern you're having for men. When I say make it mandatory to have a marriage, she feels the same way because she's locked into a child for 18 years. It's longer than that. So it's wait a minute, give me a second. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking for a second. So basically, what you're saying is you don't want to be tied down, but you feel like she got to be tied down. Like,
no, it's not even that. But see, we need to have a greater conversation, Shan, about preventative measures. It's no different that if I'm having a conversation with a woman and I'm telling her, I'm like, look, I'm at this stage of my life. I'm not ready to be a parent. I'm not ready to be a father. I got these things that I'm working on. If we're kicking it or we're building something or in a relationship, I just want you to know that my focus right now is not to be a father. So let's talk about preventative measures to ensure that we don't cross that bridge in an early setting time. So you're on the same page. I'm on the same page. We're talking about the same thing.
Is that not up to the guy?
But
that's up to both.
Hold on. But that's the problem. You're only making it seem like the condom is the only thing that's going to, save everybody, and that's not really the reality of the matter. Conversations about where we are and what we're expecting, expectations, and laying things out. I just finished saying that if I am a man in a position where I'm telling a woman that I'm courting or even dating or whatever the dynamic is that if I'm telling her I'm not ready to become a father. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you're ready to become a mother based on our conversations, whatever. Let's have conversations about ensuring that we create preventative measures that we don't become parents earlier than what we anticipated. People are not having those conversations prior to having sex. They're just having sex. That's the problem. Nobody's on the same page.
They're not.
Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying? It's creating a lot of chaos in a lot of these communities.
Oddly enough,
hold on, Viz, hold on. 1 second, play this clip.
Moment, Houston, where we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of division and hatred. A moment when we grab back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story of misogyny and racism. We are grabbing back the pen from those who are trying to write an American story that would deny the right for women to make our own decisions about our body. Houston, we are grabbing back the pen. We are grabbing back the pen, that pen, to forge a new path with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We are grabbing back the pen to write a new American story, a story of community, of equality, strength, of kindness, and of hope. When I was a little girl and I pledged allegiance to the United States of America, that meant something to me. That flag meant something to me. And today, that means grabbing that pen and casting my vote, as I already did 2 days ago, for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Hey, it was lit up in that thing.
Why she got that fat ass suit on?
You got that early 90s suit on. You borrowed that from MJ.
I hated it then and I hate it now.
I like Kelly, but man, why she got that fat ass suit on? Man, I don't understand that.
That shouldn't be
they literally have no. They literally have nothing that they're running off of aside from fear and lies. What is racist that's going on?
What do you mean? Like, why? I'm just, you don't
What
see anything
what
being racist.
what is racist that is going on?
When you talk about black jobs, what do you mean black jobs? Let's just start
So
there.
if you live in a black community, do you not have a black job?
What is a black job?
I think he's saying y'all ain't signing up to be the help.
So if you
Exactly.
if you live in a black community, the majority of people that work in a black community are black people. If you go to a Mexican community, you're not going to see Asians in that motherfucker.
I don't think that's what he meant.
You're going. That is what he meant. What he
No, it's not.
literally
And that's
what
what the
he.
problem
This
is. You
is
guys keep trying to clean
listen,
up his
listen.
nonsense.
Y'all. I'm not.
It's
It's
a
not
cult.
cleaning up. Y'all are listening with emotion
Yeah,
much
you
rather
are.
than logic. So the thing is that we all know that they are moving these illegals into black communities. In Chicago, I can speak on this personally. In every black community in Chicago, they are moving these illegals in. So now these illegals go into the community and find jobs, which essentially takes away from the black people getting the jobs in that community. That's what he means by black
What jobs
jobs,
in the
which
black
is an
community?
actual,
There's no
which is an
jobs in the black
actual
community.
thing.
There's gas
What's
stations and
crazy?
convenience
What's
stores.
crazy as well? The fact that you even said that is insane. What's
No, it's
crazy
not
as
insane
well?
because
Let me finish. Let
I'm
me
from
finish.
Gary,
Let me.
Indiana. I know black communities, and there's no businesses in black communities.
That's because
So that's
Gary.
you
That's
being
because
that's you
Gary,
not understanding
Indiana.
the black community.
We can
No, that's
both
you not
agree.
understanding the black
We can
community.
both
Because if you come out
agree
here in
that
Arizona
Gary,
to a black
Indiana,
community,
has
there's no
collapsed
businesses there besides gas stations and 7-Elevens. We
because the
already know who
community
owns those.
collapsed.
So
Because
make
the
it make
community
sense.
collapsed. Because the
Nah.
community collapsed.
Well, we talking
You
about
can't
black
sit here and say
communities,
that
right?
Gary. You can't say that Gary, Indiana, did not collapse. That community collapsed. So going back to my point, if even Joe Biden said black jobs, he made the same exact statement, but due to the fact that it's not being pushed out in the media, there's no anger in upsetting people being upset about it. The fact is the fact.
I think people are more concerned about the
I'm
character.
gonna tell you this: show your black ass up to a Trump rally. I sent
got a
JR
question
evidence
too.
of what happened to black people at the
Girl,
JR. Check your inbox.
Going though.
What
Go
is
ahead,
what is
Brittany.
that supposed to
Let Brittany
mean?
go, y'all. She just got here and she ain't said nothing. Y'all can let Brittany go.
You go, Brittany.
Try to get in
You
there.
go, Brittany.
I think beyond policies or initiatives, when you look at the character of Trump and what he represents, it's more about the character. He can have a well put together policy list or whatever, list of initiatives that people agree with. But when you look at the character of him, that's why people are upset. That's why people are anti-Trump, vote for him. It's not necessarily about his policies. It's because he's shown himself. We know who he is. And I don't think
and the vice president he chose
is because he's straightforward. He's blunt about what he speaks on.
No, it's about what he's supported and represented. He is definitely
what is he supporting?
He is a known racist, and I understand that all of us have our biases, but he has had the power and the position to make certain things happen.
And what Kamala did in California is not what.
I didn't hear you.
We pulled up a record. We're not doing that.
Was not what.
Go ahead and.
Why do you keep going back to a position she had 3 positions ago?
Okay,
she's been promoted from that. Move on from that. And she didn't do that. So do your fact checking. She did her job. Those people put themselves in that predicament for her to do her job, and that's what happened.
What did she do?
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
Hold on one second.
Real fast. I want to hear what you said, Louis. Listen. When you say things like that, I need you to speak in complete thought, because we need to know what you're referencing. You can't just say, go ahead and say the entire scenario and then speak so that it won't be of,
Teacher Shan coming out.
Her track record as a district attorney, right, reflected very poorly in terms of how she handled certain cases and how overreaching she did. Now, don't get me
For
wrong.
example,
There are people who did commit crimes who do deserve to serve time, right? But there were cases
He's
where
one of them.
there were cases. Okay, but we're only talking
What crime
about.
did he commit?
Here's one, right?
He orchestrated an attack on the Capitol. Stop acting like you don't know this.
How did he
okay?
orchestrate Where's
What
the
happened?
footage
What
of him
happened to
saying,
self-control?
okay, all right,
And
guys.
he even knows about it.
He was
He
like,
even
all right,
said his mouth too much and admitted to it.
We're gonna go through this door, gang. Everybody, let's go through this door and overrun. That never happened. But you know what did
Yes,
happen?
it did.
You know what did
Yes,
happen?
it did. Yes,
You
it
know
did.
what
That's
did
so sad
happen?
that
You
y'all
know
really
what
don't
did
like.
happen?
You
You know what
brainwashed.
did happen?
It's a
Chanel, you
cult.
know what did happen? Maxine Weathers, she got on national television and told people to continue to stay out in the streets when they were destroying our own communities, and to go against whatever politician that is a Republican. If you see them out in public, give them hell, do this. That's what they are saying. Trump never
She ain't
said
running
that.
for president.
It doesn't matter. It's coming from the same group that's trying to pin something that they're doing on a person that didn't do it.
But see, Vince,
She ain't running
this
for
is a classic
president, my boy.
example of, this is a classic example of some black people caring too much about people liking them rather than focusing on people doing right by them. We're not going to be liked by everyone, and everybody's not going to like us, but I expect people to do right by us, right? So that's the thing about it. The Democratic base is too much based on them liking us and not necessarily them doing right by us at the educational level, at the community level, right? And at every single tier that to ensure the thriving livelihood, for both men and women. Because let's be very honest, our young boys are suffering. Our young boys are suffering. Our young boys are failing in school, right? And this has not rang doorbells, right? I find that the videos that, what's her face? Meg Thee Stallion goes way more viral than it does our young boys' report card, our young boys' behavior. That goes under the radar. And
That man don't care about those report cards. He's trying to get rid of the Department of Education.
He is. That's it. He said he's
So
getting
what
rid of
y'all
the
gonna do
Department
with
of
y'all
Education.
sons then?
Well, we need. Well, in the famous words, of freaking Trigger Mike.
No, he said. I think they want to get rid of the Department of Education. I thought that. I did read that.
Y'all keep expecting the federal government to come save it. The federal government is not Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. The federal government is not your God. The federal government is there to be safety rails for everybody. You need to fix your family first. And when you fix your family first, then we can fix our neighbors, and our neighbors then grows to our community, and then it'll spread like wildfire. But you got to fix your family first. Too many people are caring too much what the hell is going on somewhere else outside their home. You need to control your home and get your home in order before you start worrying about what the hell is happening at the federal.
Can we have a show? Can we have a show before election? Just talk about the different policies that each one, like a legit conversation, like pulling them up. We're just getting misinformation here. I think.
Yeah, they are.
Y'all won't let nobody talk though. Y'all won't let nobody finish. That's the only bad thing about it. Every time somebody starts cutting off, somebody gets triggered by what somebody says, and y'all just start cutting them off. So, do you think a whole show is going to be successful, or is it just going to be bunch of it just cutting each other off?
No, so that's what I'm saying. So I think they cut off because I don't think that they're agreeing with what it's saying. So if we had a verbatim and we were able to look at policies, a legit list, and was able to side by side policies, that way you can't argue with what is, right? So and then just that would be good to me. I think that would be good.
But the bad thing about it, y'all still gonna cut them off because they may say something about the policy they just may not agree on, and y'all will find a way to cut them off. I mean, we've been doing it ever since we had started this conversation. Somebody was talking in the middle of them, they just want to interrupt and just say what they want to say because they feel like they need to get in at that very moment. It's kind of hard to even understand for the audience. I'm not even worried about us up here. The hell with us. I'm talking about the audience. If the audience on the outside looking in, it's kind of hard to get when we always cutting each other off, arguing it, and then we, you know, we can't even hear what somebody's saying because, like you said, they're not getting their complete thought because we don't like what they're saying or how they saying it, or we're not giving the whole truth. We're just giving half truth. So that's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna bring this energy on Friday too, Shan Monet.
Come on in.
All right, y'all. Hey, Brittany, you got any final thoughts? Any final thoughts?
I don't.
Brittany, you're welcome to come Friday too.
Thank you. I still stand on my point about character. You know, I don't have to deep dive down it, but it's very evident that Trump is a known racist. He supports racism. He supports white supremacists. He banned housing from Black people. I mean, we can go down a whole laundry list of things that he's done. And I think at the end of the day, beyond policy, beyond anything, people look at the character first. If they don't respect you and what you stand for, how can they support your policies or initiatives? I think it's bigger than that. So
I have a final.
But y'all still love Bill Clinton, though, right?
Ooh, maybe I was young.
Nobody's even thought about Bill Clinton.
Joe Biden was probably a much open. Joe Biden was a more open racist politician his entire career, but yet Black people voted him in.
So
let me finish. Even with people love to bring up Trump not housing Black people in his residential, right? I may be incorrect. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say that it wasn't him saying, "Oh, I'm not allowing Black people to come in here." It was, if you don't have a credit score or a income of X amount, then you can't move in here.
Wrong. You are wrong.
But by all means, if I'm wrong, please show me the article or the information that says otherwise. But
the lawsuit, you can see it. It's in New York. He lost. He broke constitutional laws.
Of saying what?
Of not letting Black people move. They had to force him to let Black people move. And then after that, nobody wanted to move in. But no, it was a whole big thing. There was a case.
So
I'll try to find it for you.
Yeah, please, by all means, because to my knowledge, from my experience as an adult in moving into certain places, if you don't meet these expectations, then we don't want you in our shit because you're probably gonna tear it up. And I'm pretty sure that we can all agree as Black people, and I can assume that we're all successful. As soon as we get some money, we move away from the motherfuckers that we know is gonna tear shit up.
And do.
So I don't understand why, for this man to have a standard that we all agree with, for him to have a standard on how he wants to have his housing be an issue. I don't think it has shit to do with race. We've seen all throughout his career publicly him involving himself in giving money to literal Black people, Negroes, coloreds. We see it the entire time he's been in the face of the media. But now all of a sudden, now that he's running for president, he's a racist. It's like, come on now.
Okay, so can I say something? So the HBCU money was already given. He just renewed it. Okay, it was time for the renewal, and he went with the renewal. But
if he was racist, then he wouldn't have did it, right?
So I have a question. So this is my thing.
Oh, you can't be
I don't know about that, but I did see a video, and now I'm on the fence. I'm the kind of person, I'm putting policies together, so I haven't chosen yet who I wanted to vote for. So let's be very clear. I'm not pushing one side or the other. But when we're talking about character, now I have seen a video where he was on the stand because he didn't want a woman who wasn't an attractive woman working for him. Did y'all see that video?
So what?
So what? So that lets you know there's a surface level. What's the difference between that and being, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
come on, man. Come on now. We
so
just,
you think so? Let me ask you a question, Viz. So it's okay for me to say.
Shan.
So this is the same thing. So it's okay for me to say I don't want you working for me because you look the way you look.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you wear your hair the way you wear your hair.
Absolutely. If I walk into my child's school and the teacher.
No, we're talking about things you can't control about yourself, the way you were born. I mean, how you look, which is the way you were born, right? Because she can't help it. She's an attractive woman.
Are there ugly Victoria's Secret models?
But he's running for president. Victoria's Secret's owner is not running for president. The president is held to a higher standard.
So you're saying that he said that while he was president?
No, he said it on trial. Y'all didn't see that trial when they were questioning him about that, and the woman didn't make the job.
Right. So you just contradicted your statement.
I did.
If he wasn't running for president then what relevancy is that?
Because it's who he is. That's what character means.
No,
it doesn't matter if he was running for president at the time.
Again,
it's time for me to go. That's my time to go.
Ladies, serious question. Okay. Are there any ugly Victoria's Secret models?
They're not running for president, so you don't have a higher standard.
He wasn't running. You just said he wasn't running for president.
I get your stance, Sean. I understand what you're saying. When you're running for presidency, it's not just about in that moment. They're looking at years, your history, time. You can't compare that to a Victoria's Secret.
How can we not compare?
It's not the same.
How can we not compare a Victoria's Secret model?
She doesn't have a position to serve the people of the United States. You can't compare them.
What does that mean? If I'm making a decision, we just agreed that he was not running for president during that time that he was on trial, right? So if he's not running for president during that time, he had a business that he was running. So if he's running a business and he says, okay, well, this person does not fit my brand, I don't want him to work for me, he can very much well say that.
Then can I close so I can go? May I?
Go ahead.
I'm a big character person too. And the fact of the matter is you got to look at the facts. And the facts about this dude is, first of all, I don't want nobody to be president that was on Epstein Island at any point. He was. That's a fact. You can prove that. I don't want anybody to be president that openly said he grabs women by the pussy and then bans their abortion rights. But you can grab them by the pussy though. I don't want somebody to be president that openly allowed the Ku Klux Klan to fund his presidential race. I don't want somebody that's on record. I don't want somebody to be president. I didn't vote last time. I don't want anybody to be
for the
president.
same party for voting for her.
I don't want anybody to be president that that you made me lose my train of thought. That the open Klansmen, taking money from the Klansmen. I don't want anybody who thinks that Hitler was a good person to be president and that he aspires his generals to be like Hitler.
When did he say that?
Go look it up. He said it was at a rally. I'm not arguing about
every single president that came before Obama is exactly everything that you're
I didn't get to vote
about.
for them. I'm only 42.
I fully understand, but all those characteristics that you've highlighted, I promise you, from Bush going all the way back to Reagan, and further back, all those men were all those things that you talked about on your list. You know what I'm saying?
I did not vote for them.
I understand you
don't
didn't vote
cut
for
me
them.
off. I said this was my final thought. Luis, I ain't never had a problem with you.
I
Don't
apologize.
cut me off.
Then
I'm
I'll let
almost
you go.
done, and then y'all can argue about it when I leave because y'all know how I get. I don't talk about politics. I'm just saying that those 5 things, whatever happened in previous, I had no control over that. I know Barack Obama wasn't on Epstein Island. I know that much. I know he accused Barack Obama of forced him to produce a birth certificate that like he wasn't American, and he didn't do nobody else like that. He didn't ask Bush for his birth certificate. He did it because he was black, whether you niggas want to believe it or not. And what the same thing that's going to happen, and right now, just pulling up the polls, the black men are the lowest voting people in the country. So why the fuck would I sit here and argue with some black men about politics when y'all don't even go to the polls? So with
That's
that
not
being
true.
said, I don't give a damn how y'all feel about what I'm saying about this man, because y'all ain't never contributed in the last 20 years to the president that's been elected any damn way. Black women steady cleaning up y'all fucking messes. The only reason that Bush, all of them niggas became president is because black men didn't show up to the polls. So how about you stop arguing with us on the internet why we chose somebody or choosing somebody, and start telling these young niggas to vote? Is that what you need to be doing? And stay out of our face. Because the fact of the matter is, no matter who you vote for, you have the right to vote for them because we have a democracy. All I'm saying is my reason for not voting for that nigga is valid, and it's going to be my reason, period. I'm not trying to change your reason, but what we not going to do is be delusional and be part of a cult and be in the same conversation, because I don't associate myself with cult people. So what y'all need to do is
That's
push the
literally
black
what
man's
the
vote.
Democrats are doing
Push
right
the
now.
black man's vote, and then maybe you'll have a seat at this table. Because right
Well,
now I'm fixing to
well,
go.
that's
Y'all's voting is at like
that's
13% every election.
that's why black men are speaking up to actually tell black men to
But
use
y'all
their
know y'all
brain.
speaking up and arguing with women on the internet
I
and
mean, it
yelling
just
and
so happened to
hollering
be
and calling women
that it's
dumb.
women
When
on
in
the. It just so
reality,
happened that it's
y'all
women
ain't
in
even
here.
fucking voting. So shut up.
How do you know if we
Either
voting?
vote or shut up. The
How do you
statistics
know
say
if
that
we're
most
voting or
black
not?
men don't
I've been
vote.
voting since I've been able to.
I believe you.
Same
But
here.
I'm not talking specifically
Diddy
about you.
told
We're
us
supposed
years
to talk
ago,
to the
vote or die.
we're supposed
So
to
I've been
talk to
voting
the
ever
people,
since.
right? We're talking to the people.
Right.
What I'm saying is, if you don't vote, stop fucking arguing on the internet with women about who they're voting for. That's all that I'm saying.
That's not the case right now. It's all people, everybody on this panel essentially, potentially are voting, and we're having a conversation.
No, I'm done with the conversation. I've been done.
Okay, well,
Viz, if I could
nice
for a
meeting you,
second,
talking to you today.
Viz, if I could for a second,
Yeah,
I
go
find
ahead.
I find it almost asinine that we every 4 years get so hyped up like it's the World Cup of voting for a presidential race, but we never hype up and focus at local level voting. Our mayors, our solicitors, our governors, our Congress people, right?
Yeah,
We need to
trustees.
be more hyped about our local elections and who are in positions of power, who are our leaders, who are our local leaders, who are our advocates. Those are the people we need to talk about more.
Yeah.
Because next time I'm going to challenge people, be like, who's the mayor of your town? Who's he running up against? Who's his running mate? Right? Who's the governor? Are they up for re-election? Are they going to run? Who's sitting on the Congress seat? I need to understand that you understand. And I'm talking when I say you, I'm not talking about people on the panel. I'm talking to you all out there who are in the chat, who are watching this video and will watch this video at a later future time. Who are you familiar with when it comes to your local politics and your local policies? We need to get more focused on the ground level than at the federal level. We treat the presidential race every 4 years like it's Dancing with the Stars or Singing with America. We all want to be in front of the camera and in front of all the late nights. We need to get down to grassroots level. We need that's really where the community is at. That's
For
your
sure.
local level. And too far people get too focused on the presidential level.
And most of the laws that go on in that state is ordained by that state. So we can't expect for the president to dish out billions of dollars to a local community when the mayor of that community, of that state or that city, they're not even holding up their part. The governor, you know what I'm saying, they're funneling money out to go somewhere else. The fact that what really brought me to that was, I want to say about 5 years ago, and JR, I can't remember if you can look it up maybe. Chicago closed down 50 schools in Chicago, which CPS was already, low level education as is. But the fact that they closed down 50 schools and forced more kids to go outside of their community to get education, in which all they did, majority of them just dropped out of school. It's like, what are we doing on this one level, much rather than us looking for the president to come in, the federal government to come in to save us, when we're voting in people just because they're black, and we assuming that they're going to do the best thing for us. Absolutely not, man. Half the motherfuckers fucking us over. They funneling money out to their own shit. But we'll ignore that, but then we'll argue about something that the media is telling us that's not even true.
No,
So
I think we should hold all people accountable, not just to interject.
For sure.
I'm not saying it's just about calling out, the character of Trump. We should hold all people, black, white, whatever. It's just in this particular case, Trump has really shown us who he is. Now, the other people might have done just as much, but they haven't shown us to the extent that Trump has. So it's like he's going to clown in our face, and then we're still expected to vote for him after he has, without any hesitation, given us his unfiltered self, and we're still supposed to vote for him.
You said,
but you still gotta have Kamala, who's doing scripted interviews, not live. Oh, that
can be for a number of reasons.
You know what I'm saying? Look, live. We want to see you live. Look, there's a reason why historically the debate between J.F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon was a very pivotal moment in media. You know why? Because the people who watched the debate on TV saw that Kennedy was winning because of how he looked. Kennedy was more in the light, looked much more crisp, more makeup, while Nixon was in the shade, looked a little much more sweatier. The optics, but the people who were listening on the radio said that Nixon was winning versus the people who were watching on TV. So when you had people talking about this, you had complete polar opposites opinions about who was winning the debate, who talked well, who hit all the high points, right? It was the presentation versus the message. And that was the very pivotal moment that you could realize how powerful media, listening and watching, did to the American people. If you think I'm lying, look it up.
I would even say that the experience that we just had with Biden and the media telling us that, oh, he's sharp as a tack, he's right on point, he's all good for another 4 years, when the entire 4 years we're watching this man literally just deteriorate. But what the media is telling us every single day, Kamala is telling us every single time, oh, Joe is all up to the right. This man could barely walk. He could barely talk. He can't even complete a sentence, or let alone his own thoughts. But they told us this. And then as soon as once we saw the debate with him against Trump, and it was evident that the entire world could see it, what they do, they pulled him out. So the media, then I agree, Brittany, they have absolutely showed every single thing they can show to villainize one side, undoubtedly, without a doubt. I would almost say the probably between Obama. I don't know who got it worse, Obama or Trump. I would almost say Trump got it worse, but between those two presidents during their candidacy, they were both dragged through the mud without a doubt. But the fact of the matter is that what the media has been doing this past 8 years easily is showing Trump in this villainized manner, but yet all of the things that they're claiming that he's doing, the Democrats are actually doing right in front of us.
The media has to have content. I don't think the media has, propaganda where they're trying to villainize him. I think he's doing it to himself. They're going out and they're finding the stories. You know what I mean? So it's not about,
they keep bringing up,
it's not about a strategic plan of the media. Trump is doing it to himself.
That man has said countless times that he does not that he's never read Project 2025. He doesn't agree with it. He's not going to take part of it. But yet every single time we see Kamala on the news or any news anchor bring up Trump, they're mentioning that to fearmonger people. That is literally propaganda. The fact that he has said out of his own mouth that he is not going to do a federal ban, a deletion ban, out of his own mouth numerous times, and the Democrats continue to say it. The media continues to say it. That is propaganda. The fact that they even say that the man will be a dictator, that is impossible. In the United States of America, we all went through we all took the Constitution in high school. That is impossible. The Second Amendment was literally put there to make sure that that was impossible. But guess what? Who's against the Second Amendment? Most Democrats. Guess who's now bringing on dictator-like values? The Democrats. So we are seeing the very things that they're trying to villainize him on. We're watching them do it. All that they have is literally just, oh, we are anti-Trump. We're going to let our children transition to the other sex. We're going to chemically castrate them. We're going to put these inappropriate books in the classrooms. We're going to allow for our borders to be wide open. We're going to keep sending billions of dollars overseas while our own country is struggling as a whole. The very middle and lower class that the Democrats are supposed to appeal to are the ones that are struggling the most. So it's like, at what point do we wake up and actually look at what is going on right in front of us and stop just listening to what we're being told that we're supposed to think? It's crazy. The fact that Joe Biden, let me say this and I'll finish. The fact that Joe Biden was able to get on a black man's platform and tell black people that if you don't vote for me, then you're not black, and nobody makes a big issue about it. How is that not racist?
Also, Viz, I mean, I will also ask the question, for family creation and community creation, which party aligns better under that value system? For family creation and community prosperity, what party best aligns and values that? Because the uncomfortable truth is that black people just don't care about values anymore. Let's just be honest. A lot of people just want to do whatever they want, however they want, not answer to anybody, and not be held to any standard. But expect other people to operate in a very moral compass and then show up every Sunday to be pandered to as you fill the collection plate. We need to rip the Band-Aid off. There has to be a course of correction. We have to really evaluate, is this the type of society that I want to leave behind for my children, my grandchildren, and everybody else to come? Is this, like, generations are decided at every single moment. The decisions that you make have a lasting impact for years to come. The things that you align yourself with, the things that you value, right? That has a ripple effect. And a lot of people need to wake up and realize, is what's going on today in today's culture the best direction for all of us collectively into the future? And if it's not, then you got to stop and sit and ask yourself some very difficult questions. Am I willing to sacrifice, or am I willing to sit back, and am I willing to reevaluate the things that are important to me, the things that no longer best serve me or my future or my kids' future, right? Because the problem I sometimes hear is that people want to participate in a lot of the debauchery and then expect that there's a huge sort of force field around their family and around their community, right? When times get tough, or when certain things get pushed up against the wall. You can't decide what side of the fence you want to straddle every single time that life changes, policy changes. You need to stand on the position. And unfortunately for a lot of us, we just don't want to take accountability about where we're at. We want a savior complex. The federal government is not that. It's community-based. Just look at other precedent examples of everybody around us and how they're moving and how they're structured. And maybe perhaps we could learn something. But what we've been doing for the last 10, 15, 20, 30 plus years, if it hasn't been working, then we got to stop and reevaluate. The definition of insanity is
so
doing the same
what
thing
can you give me
expecting different results.
Yeah, and I just, for the sake of the conversation, can you shed a little bit more light on what you're specifically talking about in terms of what we need to do differently? And let me know what the Trump administration has proposed to do.
We really need to get back to more community-based advocacy. I talked about it.
So you're talking more grassroots, local.
Grassroots, definitely, certainly. I said it first, and I'm quoting Trigger Mike. Fix the family first. We have to fix our households first.
Now, I agree with that. I agree with
that. We can change anything. Each one teach one. You got to fix the family first. Once we have a better understanding of how to go about that, where we have to go back to more traditional values, where we have to protect one each other, where we have to look out for each other, right? Where we have to value family as opposed to outsiders who didn't raise us, who didn't culture us, right? Unfortunately, that has been thrown out the window to adopt whatever the new fad is, and that has to stop. We have to adopt.
So you're not necessarily saying we need to. So you're not necessarily saying the Trump administration has the solution to that. You are talking more local, family, household, grassroots. Viz, I'm curious. You seem to be pro Trump administration, but you also seem to agree with Louise or Lewis?
Louise.
You agree with what he's sharing, but if you are pro Trump administration, like how do you think Trump's policies or initiatives, since they're not necessarily policies yet, how do you think his initiatives will solve our problem as Black people?
Look, I don't think that any policy is going to solve the problem of Black people. That goes back to Louise's statement.
Okay, so you are in alignment with him in terms of it's not necessarily the administration; it's more grassroots and community based.
Right. I think
it's
that
the cultural mindset has to change. The behavior.
I believe that as a whole, the Black community has adopted this victimized mentality to where it's okay. Now we have to look for a savior. And I would almost say that this may be even connected to religion, because religion is kind of based off of us looking outside of ourselves for a savior, right? And Black people inherently are extremely religious. So I'm not sure if that is a correlation that affects it as well, but I do believe that is a big cause of it. Now, I would say that I'm more so anti this Biden and Kamala administration more so than pro-Trump, because everything that they are doing and speaking on goes against the very morals that I have as a Black man and a husband and a father. So it is those values that they don't carry and don't have and don't show is the very thing that Luis is talking about. So if we had a close, tight-knit family and that core structure of family, would the abortion thing even be a conversation? Absolutely not, because people wouldn't just be out having unprotected sex just all willy-nilly. That wouldn't be a case, because we would have that core family structure. Our women would feel more protected. But yet we have an administration that was pushing the COVID vaccine and putting out video content saying, oh, well, you didn't get the shot, you can't get no pussy. We got this very administration playing off of the balloon popping thing of where, oh, you not voting, pop. You know what I'm saying? This is all propaganda and fear mongering. This is them showing us what they believe and think that our values are. We have a Black woman. We have a supposed first Black woman that's running for president, and she puts up a Black woman to be dressed provocatively on stage, twerking, talking about whatever the fuck that song was, an inappropriate song to be doing at a pep rally for presidency. You know what I'm saying? So it's everything
unprecedented.
Every single thing that they do goes against my own core values as a man, as a family man. And it's I would say it's disgusting that we even standing behind it, but we're standing behind it because we're being told that she's a Black woman and we're supposed to just vote Democrat just by default.
With that situation in particular, why do you think she did that? Why do you think that was a part of her strategy?
I'll tell you this, if I could, Viz. One thing that I felt that this administration has done poorly these last 4 years, and what their campaign focus is where they lack, is that Black men have not been invited to the table to have the conversation and to be part of whatever vision that they have set forward, right? Why do you think or believe that most Black men are not voting for her or are not voting at all, right? Obama came out and said, well, it's because you're misogynist or sexist. We've been labeled everything under the sun but a child of God. And here's a case example of that, right? Maybe perhaps having a conversation with us, and it's like, we want your vote. What can we do to get your vote and support us?
Look how Cookie just treated us before she backed out.
Yeah, what are the things that we're not adhering to you? What are the things that we're not talking about? Where are the pitfalls where we're falling short? Come to the table. Let's have a conversation. What are the things that you have concerns about? How can we do better? It's never that. It's, if you don't do this, you're this. If you don't do that, you're that. That's the problem that a lot of us have, right? Rather than inviting us to the table to have the conversation, instead of sending all these puppets that don't represent us at every single tier and at every level, right? It's all dog whistle. And that's why those men feel disenfranchised and removed. They're like, they don't represent us and they don't see us. And it's very evident in their commentary. I don't know if you have any Black sons, or black nephews or god or any black godchilds or even black cousins who are younger than you. But please be in mind, when you're having these conversations, ask yourself at some point, does these people have the best interest in mind for my people or my family members for this in many years to come? Is there a voice? Because I assure you, that's further from the truth. And if you don't care, please, I would even respect the fact that you don't care, but at least stand on something.
Yeah, I definitely care. And I have 2 sons.
I don't care.
But the issue, we kind of went down a rabbit hole. I mean, I was in alignment with you for a minute, but what I'm trying to understand is from a election standpoint, from a policy standpoint, from an initiative standpoint, what are the specific initiatives or policies that you support within a particular administration? But then you kind of cleared it up and shared with me that you're more grassroots, take care of your home and all of that. So when it comes to me and mine, it always starts at home, right? I'm really not a political person. Like even being a part of this conversation right now is kind of like, like not me at all, because at the end of the day, we live in a society where we can march, we can vote, we can do so many different things, but unfortunately, there will always be propaganda. There will always be propaganda. There will always be strategies. There will always be roadblocks in place to prevent us from ever reaching, I'm careful with my words. It will always be a challenge, no matter what we do.
Yeah.
So I definitely agree that it starts at home, which is why I don't ever really get passionately caught up in political debates, because I feel like at the end of the day, sometimes we're fucked if we do, we're fucked if we don't. I don't know if I can say that, excuse my French, but so I'm having a difficult time, really getting passionate about this whole debate, but I do support, I hear what you're saying, stand for something. And what I stand for is ensuring I teach my children the difference between right and wrong. I do ensure that they have values, that they are confident, that they, can grow up and stand on their own 2 feet and thrive like I am, and avoid some of the roadblocks and obstacles that I had to face. So it's really hard. And I understand that, from a broader level, politics matters, because at the end of the day, if we have the wrong people in office and the wrong policies in place, it will definitely create certain roadblocks and situations that will make it more difficult for our children. But we're not really having that conversation right now, because we're not talking about any initiatives or policies. So
Can I ask you a plain, simple question?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you a plain, simple question. Do you believe, in your personal lived experience and based on what you're seeing out here, culturally and nationally wise, do you feel that we are putting enough energy, focus, money behind our young boys compared to our young black girls or women in general?
No, I mean, well, now, okay. I think we're not putting enough energy
yes or no?
and money.
Simple yes or no. Simple yes or no.
Let me
Are
say
we
what
putting
I'm
this?
going to say, please. You're trying to shape
No,
my
but you're
answer.
trying to
Let
word
me answer
salad
how
me,
I want
and
to
I just
answer
want
it.
just answer yes or no, and then give me an
I'll
explanation.
answer. I will get to it. I think as a culture, because you did say culturally, you did throw that in there. Culturally, I don't think that we put enough energy and money behind a lot of things. Whether you want to talk about supporting our boys, supporting our girls, I understand that's your stance, but it's a bigger issue. It's a bigger issue as a people. That was very disrespectful. But okay.
I'm listening, Brittany. Go ahead.
It's a bigger issue. I don't want to just make it about putting money behind our boys, putting money behind our girls. We understand as Black people, we have the strongest spending power. Like we have, what is it, $1 trillion?
It's up though.
Something like that. So when you want to talk about, do we put enough energy into things and money? Absolutely not. Not as a people. There's no way that we shouldn't be running the whole damn world as much as we spend and as much power as we would have collectively. So, I mean, if you want to look at it like we're not investing in our boys as much as we are in our women. And you know what? In that same breath, let me step back for a minute. In that same breath, because I also have a daughter and I'm also a wellness advocate outside of my work as a project manager. And one thing that I felt convicted about, just even in the wellness space, I'm like, I think about how much I teach my daughter about self-care, you know, spa days and all of that. I'm like, wait a minute. I never once thought about taking my boys to a spa and investing in them in that way. So maybe there are some biases when it comes to investing and pouring into our boys, but I didn't want to stay there because it's a bigger conversation than that right now. But to your point, there could be some deficits there.
What if I can ask, what policies are you looking for?
See, I don't get caught. I'm the wrong person to ask. That's what I was asking you all, because you all seem to be a little bit more engaged in the whole political process. And you're very passionate about not supporting the Kamala administration. So I want to know, just enlighten me. What are the initiatives and policies that you all are looking to see that you think you're not going to get from the Kamala administration?
Okay, so I just want to chime in for a second, and I think that that's what most people are afraid of when it comes to the Black vote, is that they're just voting off of gender and off a few things instead of looking into a deep dive as far as what each individual stand for and or looking at the history they've done. So when you ask somebody like, did you vote? Oh yeah, I voted. And then that same person will probably say, well, I don't know any policies. I'm not very knowledgeable, but I voted. I think that's what people get frustrated. It's another thing when somebody say, I'm voting for Kamala because I like A, B, C, D, and F, and versus what I don't like about Trump. Then I think you're coming, at least if you're voting, you're standing on business when you're voting for and who you're voting for. But when you're just voting and you have no knowledge whatsoever, I'm not saying you in particular, but I think that that's what people kind of frown up upon, because it's like they're not doing the research. Like they're seeing Beyonce's, they're seeing like the Amber Roses, because it happened on both sides, and they're really not engaging and understanding like who they're voting for.
Right.
Yeah.
And then these are the same people too as well they don't have any knowledge about every other vote. So when they go there, they just only know one or two people, and it's based off what was in the media instead of researching every individual, even when it comes to the judges, even when it comes to the local. Like they don't even vote. They've only voted for presidential. They're not even voting in what's going on in their own state.
Yeah, and to answer your question, and that's not my case. I am very aware of the different policies and initiatives. You know, I think from a very high level standpoint, the Trump administration will make it a lot difficult financially on the American people in the long run, because when you think about, so for example, a lot of goods they come from outside of the United States. A lot of what we purchase comes from outside of the United States. And if Trump's stance is to increase the taxes, right, to make it more expensive, tariffs, right? But and I'm trying to keep it.
You good. Go ahead.
So my whole thing is somebody's going to pay for that. We are eventually going to pay for that. So like when you think about what the ultimate goal is, to get to financial freedom, to build wealth, and to do all of those things, I don't think Trump is going to help Black people get ahead, because we're already so far behind. But and then also, not to go down to Project 2025 or whatever, because I don't know. Now, I don't know enough about that. And I know that might be frowned upon because I'm a woman, but
it's propaganda though.
Yeah,
it's been debunked. It's been debunked numerous times. But let her finish. Let her finish.
I mean, I just brought that up because you were calling it out earlier, Luis. So I think that any type of administration that will take away what I think is a constitutional right, or should be a constitutional right, to make a choice about your own body is just ridiculous. At the end of the day, we're not talking about what, trying to have a policy around what somebody else does to another living human being. And I get it. The child is living. It has a heartbeat and all of that. And I'm not saying I'm pro-abortion. I'm just saying, as a human being, I should be able to have control over what I do to my body. Taking away that right, I don't care what else is going on. That's kind of inhumane to me. And somebody brought up an example earlier. They're like, before you know it, if they can get away with that, they're going to get away with a lot of other things. Oh, you have to get chemo or else this. Oh, you have to get this. I mean, even when you think about vaccinations beyond COVID, if you all have children, I don't know, I'm in Chicago, but in order for your kids to go to school, you have to get them vaccinated from a very early age. I want to say like a couple of days old, you're already back at the pediatrician, making sure they get shots. You don't know. You can do your research. You can, try to figure out what's in this stuff. But at the end of the day, if you need childcare and you need your children to go to daycare at some point in time, you're going to have to get it, whether you like it or not. So it's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. If you don't get it, then you're worried about, oh my God, what if they get this life-threatening disease and die? But then at the same time, it's like, what are you really pumping in my child? So it's just all effed up to me at the end of the day, which is why I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it and getting worked up over it, because I am one of those individuals that feels like we're kind of damned if we do and damned if we don't. That's just the world we live in. You know what I mean? But
I'm gonna say this. The whole tariffs thing is more of a battle of import. A lot of the things that we need that are essential in this country come from China and come from other parts of the world too. Not only just goods, right, but also foods as well. Because unfortunately, there was a time in this country we used to have a saying, made in America, by Americans, for Americans. Today, the saying, it goes more like made in China by Chinese, or made in Taiwan by Taiwanese, for Americans, right? Or grown in Peru, picked by a Chilean, and brought to America. We don't make shit anymore. We don't produce things anymore. Everything we've exported. That's what happens with globalization. We've signed up for this. Congratulations, you live in a capitalist society. Let's be very honest about where we stand. And with that being said, the tariffs are more of a fair deal. It will force China to come to the table and negotiate. Like, look, we're going to raise tariffs because of these things and this. It's more of a scare tactics, not understanding that there's a negotiation process that has to happen. Again, you're talking for more of a dictatorship position. These things don't happen in a vacuum. These things happen out loud. We have to talk about this. We have to negotiate, right? Because our livelihood depends on it. What do you think happened when the whole ports shut down?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is on there. Materials, generators. Our own generators are not made in this country. Not even transformers. We have a transformer deficit in this country that spans years. There was an article dropped in 2021 about Congress passing a bill, a $1.5 billion bill for developing transformers, because guess what? In this country, we don't have enough. There's a ton of projects right now under construction that don't have enough. Schools need 2 just in case for backups. The hospitals, good luck. They need 2 as well. God forbid that one goes out. They're not producing transformers like they're producing kids. It is a very difficult process, and there's a lot of things, and there's a huge waiting time. All of this affects us. We have a very crumbling and aging infrastructure that needs to be updated. We do not have the manpower to update this country the way it is. The last time I read, the labor market report, we had a huge shortage. Back in 2022, there was the New Yorker article dropped an article at December 2022, and I remember this, that 250,000 able-bodied young men between the ages of 18 and 35 had exited the workforce in the construction building area. 250,000 able-bodied. Do you think that we could sacrifice that or even more? No, we have a huge shortage in that area. Who's going to do all these laborious jobs that are high skilled, that require a lot of training, that require, insurmountable of attention? I know you ladies are not going to sign up for it. And then even if we get illegal people to come here and take on those jobs or whatever, getting them up to speed is going to take a lot of time, right? So the reality is that when I asked you the question about are we focusing or having enough effort behind young men or black men or whatever, the answer is no, we're not, because the results are showing, right? I don't have to talk about it. You could just read the stats about it. I don't need to make this up.
What do you propose then? What is the solution then? I'm just curious. I know you might not have that off the top of your head, but I'm sure you thought about it.
I can't say that I have. There is no silver bullet solution, because the reality is it's at every single layer. It's so baked into the cake. It's not a frosting that you could just remove.
So from a micro level, what are some things that could be a part of the solution?
It goes back to what I said earlier, and I keep saying it again. We have to go back to fixing the family first, grassroots, and we need to have.
But what about the fact that there are a lot of broken families within?
Yes, exactly. And unfortunately, a lot of these young boys, regardless of within the black community, across, that are not growing up in stable households, who are not getting the attention that they need. And unfortunately, they're coming out into a society where they're not well prepared, where they're not well educated, where they're not well considered, right? Because you have to scrape, claw, and work your way through to even get noticed by anybody. You don't know what it is to walk as a man a year in his shoes. So therefore, when we talk about these things, we're producing the most dangerous group of people who are most unhappy out here into society. And we're not considering that. So when I make my statement about are we putting enough emphasis to ensure that we're producing the best, confident, competent, well-rounded, prepared young men into our workforce, into our society, and who are eligible to hopefully one day marry a young woman and create a family of their own, that's the focus that I want to. Unless you're fine with women just procreating with robots. Because unfortunately, that's what seems like we're heading to. Because nowadays, I tend to hear more about the plight that a lot of young people, it's the economy, it's inflation, it's hard for them to compete at that level. And so a lot of them are struggling. And what are we doing to ensure? So when we talk about the vote, who is at the table and who is not at the table? Because I've always said this, if you're not at the table, having these conversations and negotiating, sure enough, you're on the menu.
Right. And I don't know how much more time we have on it. And I appreciate you bringing awareness to us not putting enough resources and energy into our young men. But I lose my attention. I'm very solution focused, right? So how can we engineer a solution? Like, I think we need to start having more conversations around that. And
there's not enough people. There's not enough people in this space to conjure a solution.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but let's put more energy towards talking about. We understand the problem for Black men. We understand. I think everybody understands that. But we're talking about an election. We're talking about, policies and initiatives. We need to maybe shift that conversation towards what can we do. I understand we got to get our households together.
Voting time. We have less than 2 weeks before voting time, right? Like, what makes you think that we're going to have this conversation at a national level in that short period of time that's going to have a great impact to actually come up with an actual solution? Again, either you're at the table or you're on the menu. This is a classic example of us not being at the table.
Well, let me say this. I think the solution is creating a healthy environment, a healthy and stable environment. One of the things that Trump has been running on since day one is making sure that jobs are being created in America and staying in America. The biggest problem is, just like Louise said, is everything is being imported. So you can't even call the local bank or airline without speaking to somebody that barely speaks English. Some Americans at one point in time had that job. So if we are okay in an administration that's outsourcing money out of the country only for those people to not spend that very money that they're receiving as a paycheck in the country, then that causes an unstable economy, essentially, of what we've been experiencing for the past 3 years. So it is, for me, that's one of the biggest policies, because if we have the jobs and everything is being focused as being pro America and not pro helping everybody else, then that is the first step to creating a stable environment to where the Black community can the middle class and lower class, in which most Black people are in, to be able to save up, to be able to save, to have more than $1,000 in the bank, to be able to have a stable family to where money isn't an issue, to where now we both have both parents in the household, to where we can now focus more on the young men. So it's a trickle down effect. So if we're ignoring these basic policies of what happens from cause and effect, and we're basing it more so off of assuming that somebody is racist, or this person is Black, or whatever the case may be, the reason it may be, if we look at the intentions of what is in place and what is the effects of it, that's the start of it, in my opinion. That's how you solve it all. If we don't have any structure amongst the Black community, then there will never be anything that could help us. There will never be a policy that somebody could put into place that'll help us, because we're all in anarchy. We're already not following most of the laws as is. So
I agree with that latter part. We need structure at the grassroots level, at the family level. I agree with you all when you say that. And we need to prepare in order to take advantage of some of the opportunities that already exist. When you start talking about workforce, I used to work for a workforce development program, a community reinvestment program. Sometimes programs would be funded and have no participants.
Right, exactly. So and that goes against a lot of the people's arguments of where they will say, and Kenny, he'll say this shit all the time, but people would get out of jail and become reoffenders because there's no programs out there. That's a bold-faced lie. There's those programs in every single city, state, is all throughout. They're all state funded, state and federally funded. But the problem
is, I get energized by those conversations because it's, so I appreciate you all acknowledging that.
Yeah.
So I would love to keep it going, you all. But
for sure. I'm sure.
I have to drop off. But if you have this type of panel again, let's maybe have some we can definitely acknowledge the issue, but can we have more conversations around the solutions? I know we're not going to solve the problem overnight. I understand it's a trickle down effect, but I would love to talk about what people do have available, what broken families have available. If you have boys that need training, if you have, individuals that need mentorship, there are tons of programs, you all. So I think that regardless of, I don't want to say regardless of, the administration matters, but one thing that I do agree with that both of you all said is that we have to do things at the grassroots level.
Yeah.
So,
Brittany, I'll say too, real quick. One thing that I've learned while being in this YouTube space is that most people don't want to talk about the solutions. They just want to complain.
Exactly.
They just
They want
want
to hear us
something.
argue,
They
right?
well, no, not
Viz,
even argue. It's literally, and like I said earlier, I think a lot of people are they're just set in this victimized mentality. So there's no way. There was a guy that had made a comment earlier that showed that it was a victimized mentality. It's literally people are just they thrive in that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like you, man. Fuck that. We done talked about that a million times. What can we do here on out? What's the solution? But in many cases, again, especially what I've learned in these spaces, people don't want to talk about the solutions. They just want to be a victim.
Well, Kenny, I mean, Viz, like, so one thing that was brought up and highlighted that, you know, I've done mentorship. You know, I've done the ACE program, right? Architecture, construction, and engineering, right? I've mentored young kids. I've also done down city design. I've also mentored at the collegiate level. One thing that I had noticed in my time of doing that is that a lot of those programs, I'd seen a high emphasis and a high retention of women or young girls than I do of young boys. And more so, less black boys, right? I asked them a lot. I mean, like, where are the boys at? Where are the young black boys at? Oh, like their parents didn't bring them, or this and this and that, whatever. It's always something. But in these programs are free. They provide lunch, provide snacks. You know, we're there for 4 hours. We do a bunch of fun activities. We give them a bunch of gems and we prepare them for the next chapter and we prepare them for college and we prepare them for the next semester of school, right? And we give them an insight to what potentially could be something of interest. And unfortunately, I just don't see them. So I ask and I always ask and I hit this table, where are the young black boys at? Where are they? Right? You can't sit there and sell me. People can't sell me. Like, I'm out here. I'm actually
So
out
maybe
here.
it's
Not
a
behind
bigger
this TV.
issue. Maybe it's, I mean, we know it's a bigger issue. And I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe it's not that we're not pouring the resources into our young black boys and we're not supporting them. Why aren't they showing up for the programs? Why aren't they showing up for the resources that we do have that are federally and state funded? I think we need to have more of a conversation around that because, I mean, in some cases we don't, and this is what I mean by saying it's a bigger issue. I used the example earlier because I have 2 boys and a daughter. I corrected myself, used to put more emphasis on self-care for my daughter than I did for my boys, just subconsciously, not on purpose. You know, it was one of those situations where it's like, oh, let's have a spa day. But I never thought about doing that with my boys, you know, as a wellness advocate. I feel like my camera might be freezing, but I'm gonna go off camera. Why aren't we having, we need to have a conversation around that. Lapeef, I don't know, maybe you can host a podcast one night where we're talking about why our boys are not, why we don't have the same outcome and impact with our boys when there are resources and opportunities on the table.
Because we don't have enough advocacy promoting that for them. We'll have the program. We'll say like, hey, we have this program. It's great and blah blah blah. Like, but we don't push it to ensure like, hey, you're going to this program, and also too, I also blame the parents. Let's be very honest. I'm gonna wake this shit up. I blame the parents because they send the emails. They mail the papers out, so they get it in the mail. They get an email, and their kids have also talked about it as well. And they go to the school and they're advocates and they talk about it. They don't bring their boys. A lot of parents are also failing their young boys as well. We need to wake that up. They're also failing them. They're not ensuring them. Oh, he doesn't want to go. Do you think I wanted to go to a bunch of the stuff that I wanted to go when I was younger? My mom told me I needed to go. I needed to go to the Crusade program. I needed to go that. And I thank my mother every single day as an adult male because that changed my life trajectory completely. So you can't say that your young boys are running your household, because then I have to bring into question what kind of household are people running. But you have to be your advocate for your young boys' mental health, for their overall wellness health, and their education as well. You have to, like, I'm gonna get my boy. There's only 20 scholarships. I'm gonna make sure that my son gets up there at the front of the spot, right? The parents has to also be a part of it as well. And collectively, as a community, we have to advocate and push for it as well. This is why I say that there's a huge embarrassment between that, because I also want confident, competent, well-to-do, well-rounded young Black men who are also matching with young Black women who are also of their mark and of their pupil. Unfortunately, we're creating such a disparity between the two that unfortunately things don't ever balance out. That is the issue.
And then we end up with not enough eligible men, Lapeef.
Going
back to that podcast.
There are not. They're just not.
Yeah, that show
Agreed.
topic where there was a debate saying that, I don't want to open that up, but in short, there was a question posed that said, are there enough eligible Black men or men? I think it was Black men. I don't know if we opened it up to all. I think we were talking specifically about
I would say Black men for sure.
Yeah. I mean, even I went to an HBCU. When you look at, this was years ago, like early 2000s, but I think the ratio was 12-1, 12 women to 1.
Probably. That wouldn't be far-fetched.
Yeah. So it's an issue. It is. That's for sure.
But are we willing to self-correct and call a thing a thing? Are we willing to say,
I think
okay,
people need answers. They need help, because I don't think a mother or a father would intentionally want to disposition their sons. I don't know. Like, I haven't spent.
Well, that you as a mother might not think or feel that, because I understand where you're coming from emotionally from your position. But however, that's not the same heart that is carried throughout everywhere else. Nobody has the same thought process or the same heart that you have. Unfortunately, that happens to a lot of young boys. They get disenfranchised.
I would even say in that case, even though you may not have the heart to do it, you still may be doing it. That's a really huge factor that I would say, because I grew up in a single parent home, and just like with Louise, there were things that I did not want to do, but I was forced to do it. And I was forced to be around men that I was able to look up to and be inspired by, to where eventually I had the desire to do it and to be that. But now we have most women that, as we spoke about earlier, they're coddling their kids. We are, I will stand by this, but most women are literally creating the very men that they complain about. So I would absolutely have to point out that it's also men's fault for not being there. But in most cases, the man wasn't shit when you had, you know what I'm saying, when you let them nut in you. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those trickle down effects again that we have to acknowledge and be real about, because the more that we ignore it and the more that we point the finger at somebody else, then the less movement that we make,
Ladies,
So
stop putting your sons in 3X t-shirts and
You say
piercing
what?
their ears.
What did you say?
Stop piercing your son's earrings. I'm sick and tired of seeing you mothers pierce your son's earrings and put them in 3X pink t-shirts and call them your boyfriend. Like, you laugh, but this shit is real.
No, I know. I
you
get
see
it.
too. I mean,
Say that again.
I say I know you see it too.
Yeah, but I think that's definitely those are the solutions that will help create the environments that we want to see in our communities. But the more that we ignore it, the more that we blame other people for it, so on and so forth, then we'll never get anywhere. So, but even to the point, like you said, I'm quite sure that there's a 12-to-1 ratio for that. But I believe that those ones, most of them are involved in community stuff. You know what I'm saying? So get your sons, get your kids in sports. You know, get them around sound men that's in church or doing community service or whatever the case. Just to if their dad isn't around, just so that they still have some type of positive male role model, much rather than them watching Lil Durk and, you know, King Von and all these niggas that's a parasite essentially on our communities. You know what I'm saying? But we have so many young men that look up to it. Like, even I'm just blown away by the fact that people are really, and it's children as well, they're walking around with these masks on, with these
Precisely.
you know what I'm saying? And it's like, why are y'all letting y'all kids do that? I had just seen a video of this, I don't know if it was fake or not, because, you know, a lot of shit be fake on the internet now. But there was this young boy, he was like 15 or something, and his mama, him and his mama going back and forth at each other. And he's in the crib with the damn mask on. And she asking him, why you wearing the mask? Why you got the mask on in the house? I'll do what I want to. Ooh. It's like, why the fuck did you even buy him the mask? Why you even let him have the mask on in the first place? So we need to chin check our culture, our morals, our beliefs. And that all goes back to what I was saying, you know, with this current administration that I'm completely against. You know, even in Chicago, right, when they was rioting and tearing shit up, they was just letting them motherfuckers do it. You know, Kim Fox, there was a case where two out west motherfuckers was shooting at each other. It's all on camera. They found out who it was, but they didn't convict them because Kim Fox said that it was mutual combat. It's like, what the fuck? Like, they're openly shooting on a residential block, but you don't convict them. You don't, you know what I'm saying? Lock them up. So it's stepping away from these things that we're being told that, oh, because we're black and because we're disproportionate and all of these excuses, we're supposed to validate people acting like monkeys. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. People need to be held accountable, but that's even a bigger issue, right? When I think about it, because I think about mental health and chemical imbalances and all sorts of things. Even when you look at children of this time, I wanted to interject just because I got to hop off.
Yeah, you do it.
Something is a little different with this generation, you know, of kids coming up. And I do think it is it's a bigger issue. It is definitely an accountability issue. We have to hold people accountable. We have to teach them consequences, you know, not just scold them, but like actually teach them from a very young age what it means to have to deal with certain consequences based on your actions. But I also want to point out we have such a bigger issue. Look at the food that's going in their bodies. Look at what's happening to people's brain chemistry and all that because of what we're eating. Like, you're talking about a much bigger issue. You know, if it really would just boil down to teaching people the difference between right or wrong, it would be a lot easier. But I honestly think there is a mental health epidemic. Like, people are suffering. They don't have, you know, the right food. They don't have the right resources to get the right vitamins. I think about where my doctor's office is. I don't buy over-the-counter vitamins. I buy a very high grade level of vitamins. You know what I mean? And I know that most people don't have access to that, but all of those things affects behavior, you know, affects our brain, affects the chemical imbalances, you know, whether or not we'll have a chemical imbalance or whatnot. So I think that
what part of Chicago are you from?
I'm the South Side. Like, I live near Hyde Park, the Hyde Park area. I'm not in Hyde Park, but I live near Hyde Park. So
you would know that area, most of Chicago for sure, are literally food deserts.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I think about South Shore. You know how long it took for them to get a grocery store when the Dominic's, I think it was Dominic's over there, closed down. It took years for them to get a grocery store.
So why are we still voting in the same people that would allow for our communities to be like that?
That goes back to the local level, though, right? Yes, I agree. Who you vote for at the local level,
who runs
your
Chicago?
aldermen and all of that matters.
Who runs Chicago? Most Democrats.
All right, y'all. It's been real. I gotta go for real now. I'm like really behind.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let me get to these super chats, man. Get up out of here. AB says, "What about to be a grateful there? What about to be a grateful there is no slavery?" Big Ants $11 says, "Brittany Smoke Detector and Cookie both have something in common." AB again says, "Second Amendment is stagnation at this point." AB again says, "In Islam, we have a harem to have protected sex." And lastly, advanced perception, a solution to all our problems is to vote Trump. I think everybody has contributed to the platform. Very insightful conversation. I think, I don't know. I think we could probably hold a show, but it had to be with some people that's very knowledgeable and that's willing to explain certain things in their opinion.
That's why I made the comment. Like, I don't have a silver bullet solution. I could tell you the type of people that need to be a part of this conversation, right? I could make a list of 10 people, perhaps, like different, diverse of different areas, focus, etc. But since we're on the topic of food and food deserts, we need to consider implementing and talking to our districts about implementing growing food and nutrition in our communities. Why are we not having a nutrition conversation? Why are we not having a gardening and self-sufficiency? These types of conversations, even if they can't put it in the school and they can't get it at any of the grade levels, we're going to rent our community center and we're going to have these conversations every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks on a Wednesday, Thursday, right? For hour and a half, Q&A, examples, etc. That right there is called taking initiative. That right there is called taking action. Hey, there's an issue in our community. Here are the things that are issues. A, 1, 2, 3. Here are the solutions that we want to talk about and have you part of the participatory process for you guys to also take advantage of this. We want to teach about nutrition. We want to teach about gardening. We want to teach about community gardening, right? Huge things. It's doing it in Boston. They do it in New York. They do it in various other cities. LA, great example, right?
Yeah, they do it in Chicago too.
They should do it in Chicago as well. Damn, I was forgetting Chicago. And that's a bigger conversation. And once we could get to that point, then we want to have a conversation about how can we implement vertical gardening in our cities? Look it up, ladies and gentlemen. Vertical gardening is a real thing. You can garden in the city inside of a tower, right? It gets light. It gets light all year round, all on all sides, right? That vertical gardening, that vertical building works as a farm. You're gardening all different types of greens all year round. You cut out the transportation costs on the time, the gas, the fuel, right? And it's in this city serving the urban community population. You're growing all types of natural fruits and vegetables and things of that sort. And you're also educating people about nutrition as well. If I want my tax dollars to go to anything, it should be that, because I benefit, my family benefits, my extended family benefits, my neighbors, my community, and people who look like us all benefit. And this is a community project that we all want to get behind. And we're going to bring the best minds and the best people, and that's what we're going to put our tax dollars towards.
Well, the thing is, though, Luis, is that we just acknowledge that a lot of these major cities do have that. But to the average person, especially if you're in a food desert area, they don't give a fuck about that. There was they had opened a Whole Foods, and in Inglewood in Chicago. I want to say it stayed open, and this is in the hood, but it was in an area that they were trying to redevelop. And I want to say it was open for maybe 3-4 years, and then it closed down. Because if that's not what you're used to, and that's not what's the norm in the community, then they just gonna go to the Arabs and get a piece of puff, or vice
But then
versa.
we have to change that. We have to change that cultural mindset. When she was talking, I really wanted to say something. When she is the solution, I have a solution. It's called throw the whole fucking culture out the window, and we got to get back to brass root. But nobody's ready to have that conversation. The things that are currently happening that are not serving us, we need to throw out the window. But nobody wants to have that conversation because that's a very uncomfortable conversation. Us accepting the lower tier of going to somebody else. If you allow people to feed you, you also allow them to starve you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to teach yourself how to feed yourself, be self-sustainable, and how to make your household self-sustainable, how to make your community self-sustainable, right? What are our greatest resource? What is our greatest asset? How can we put it in motion for us to all benefit, for us, all of us to eat? That's a very vital mission. And if food deserts is an issue, then we need to have a conversation about creating vertical gardens in the community. There are plenty of empty warehouse. Can we rehabilitate and rehab those and use those as a vehicle to plant and grow? We have one here in Providence, Rhode Island. There's tons in Massachusetts, right? Why can't we have these in these other urban communities? You know what I'm saying? There are a lot of tested and well-vetted systems like algae panels where you essentially trap algae. You essentially trap algae inside of a glass, which is heated through a heat pump, and through the photosynthesis of the sun constantly hitting that glass, that algae grows and then it starts creating biomass. That biomass is then extracted for heat and energy. Self-sustainability, right? These things we need to have this constant conversation. And I know we're not going to have these conversations at the elementary, middle school, and high school because they're not teaching us that. However, we need to utilize the community centers that are in the community and hold these forums 2 times a week, 2 times every other week, whatever the case may be, and put action plans in place and hold people accountable to ensure that we're meeting the mark. But unfortunately, that's not happening because people don't want to have that conversation. We're too comfortable, way too comfortable. If I could, I would snatch up 1,000 Black people and I would drop them in one part of DR. You should see how the Haitians farm year round. People are not ready to have these conversations. You have to get uncomfortable in order to get comfortable.
I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform thus far. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching the replay, make sure you hit the like button as well. We are out.